All right. What is thing to right now? Oh, we just saved, so yeah, we're gonna go through this door. We're gonna. Oh, we can leave a bunch of other treasure as well. Need this. This. That. Got 2 masterworks, eh? And don't need this. This thing, by the way. A ring for merchants, eh? No attack. I don't know if this was a good choice going this way instead of tracing my steps. What is this? Remains of a miner's camp deserted centuries ago. You really want to go that way? Need some heavy mining equipment.
I'll go ahead.
I shall end this suffering.
Miss, miss, miss. So many misses. There we go. Holy shit. So bad. Better. I think they missed me almost as much as I missed them. You know what? I am gonna drink a potion here. 2 potions.
The path is clear.
Sit down.
Enemy near.
Charge! No charge. And a miss. Miss. That's a good hit to Mary. Holy shit. Oh yeah.
Watch each other.
Is that just a normal giant spider or a special giant spider? Not look like a normal giant spider, does it? Oh, and you're going through the web?
A solid plan.
Oh, you are fighting defensively still. That's good, I suppose.
Forwards.
Do I have a spell for this thing?
carefully.
Wait, is that the wrong... Are we singing the right thing? Skill checks. Oh, we are. In the wrong order. Oh well. You still have bark skin, right? Yes, you do. Sneak attack. Oh, got it. Wait, how long is this web gonna be here? For a minute. Oh, we've got a cloak here. And a True Strike wand. Alright, so. We have a cloak of resistance to all types of saving throws. Got another resistance to all types of saving throws. Can equip the golden toad. Oh, it says can be equipped. I think you get this cloak, actually. Maybe that'll help you with some of these, fears, eh? Special hops. Wait, was that? Old map of Avestan. They say that a merchant will pay well, but I don't know if I agree with that assessment.
Tread lightly.
Permanent. Oh shit. What is this? Are you kidding me? Is this just life now? A joke? Looks like a joke. Need to roll a 20 to get out? Combat maneuver grapple, is that? Alright. I need to see. Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Web. Yeah, how the fuck do I get out? Can break free by making a combat maneuver, athletics, or mobility against the DC of the spell. Full terrain. I mean... Alright. Yeah, here we go. Compete with fire. This spell, I don't have this the spell was trapped for the last minutes. Freedom of movement, I don't think I have that. Yeah, they should auto-end. So I'm just... Right? DC apparently 21, and I have a modifier because of poison. Maybe being alt tab doesn't progress time. Webs finally disappear after what felt like hours. Reload previous to, is that what we're doing? Get to shoot webs. Oh man, yeah, it's... Unequip everything. I don't think I have anything that wears me down, right? What is that role? Combat maneuver. What is a combat maneuver? Yeah, what is the grapple? How can we see? Right. What about now?
Right here, my friend.
Wait, now, oh, I paused the game. That didn't do any difference, unfortunately. I guess we just sit around, wait for an hour. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that other person said. Should have disappeared by now. This is bullshit. Also, I've made more than 20 rolls. Ooh. RNG, be with me. Are you fucking kidding me? How many rolls is that? Definitely more than 20. Wonder what happens if we just kind of try and leave here or whatever. Oh, actually, we're trying to get here, aren't we? We're gonna go this way, the long way around. Hopefully that won't screw us over. Oh, he got out. That took a while. Oh, you have the wrong weapon equipped. Repent!
To victory!
Wait, you have strength damage and dexterity damage. Oh, that was the new spider right here, yeah. So I think we're fine. Miss, miss, miss. Oh. Oh, wait. Where are we going? Oh, we're definitely going down this hole.
Let us be careful.
Gonna be a trap, though, isn't it? No?
The path is clear.
Is it?
I've spotted something. I'll go ahead.
Can you do that without aggroing?
Prevail.
No, 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 no. Don't go in the trap.
Tear them apart!
Traps.
Attack.
It's just not my lucky day.
But you fucking failed? Well, we're fine, I think. The bat
Applause, please.
always succeeds except when it's like the most important day. No one took trap damage, luckily, so... Haven't been here before. Place of this structure makes it obvious that it was not built by the kobolds. I think we're gonna go... Oh, we can't go that way. I don't remember... To the old Sycamore Caves. Can I, like... Yeah, we've been down there already. Can check this area, I suppose. No, fuck that. Let's go... Go that way.
Road awaits.
Assuming these fuckers don't respawn. That actually sticks around, eh? Because that's the... Yeah, that's all the stuff that I left here. All of them says to the old Sycamore Caves. I thought this is where we came in. Are starting to be... That just worked. Wait. Gotta be loot down here that I didn't pick up, right? Nothing here?
Let's head out.
Say so. Again, Mass Mage. Let's see again. How are you doing today? You forgot the best loot? Did I forget the best loot? What's the best loot? I don't know if I forgot it necessarily. I think I missed it. Joke, never played. Actually, now that you mention it, I actually did. I don't think I forgot it necessarily, but I didn't. I'm actually running away. Yeah. I have not explored the entire thing. Like, you can see here at the map, I haven't explored this bit, or this bit, or this bit over here. And one piece of loot that I did need down here, I did not get
Tread lightly.
because I have not brought with me any rations. So I really do need to rest because I'm
Wrote it like I thought.
pretty much out of spells. I have permanent strength damage and dexterity damage. Yeah, I need my characters to take a rest. I'm gonna drop all of that. Sort you. Wait. Oh, that's fine. I need to go out so we can do some hunting, get some food, and then go back in again. Gonna suck, isn't it? Right, where are we now? That's to the outside, and that's to the old Sycamore Depth. Shit, I lost a lot of treasure here. I wonder if we can just
Move.
rush outside. Yeah, but I learned my lesson. Definitely learned my lesson about rations. As Main says, today was a bit strange for me. My work hired a new person and he showed up on my shift offering assistance, but I ended up just sending him home. I had no warning of this. He just walked in and it was chaos. Had this new employee bugging me as I'm dealing with a long line of customers. Wait. They hired someone that you were gonna teach without telling you or prepping you? That sounds pretty fucked up. Yeah, sounds like a dick move.
I wish there was another way.
Wait. Just happened? Initiative. Against what? Camp. Hopefully these mites are gonna protect me here. But before we camp, do a quick save to make sure that we can camp. Alright, yeah. I want to see... Yeah, the only thing we have is hearty meal. Interesting. Still no other things.
I'm not afraid.
Are you kidding me? We were attacked while hunting. Need to rest. You know what? Yeah, sending them home makes a lot of sense to me. It's like... Fuck them for putting you in that position, right? Classmate says, I wouldn't have cared if I got a warning, but I had no idea what was going on. I'd not had my coffee yet in the morning, and top of the line... And to top it off, the line was out the door. Line was out the door? I don't know what that last bit...
Miri, aren't you cold just wearing those hides? They cover almost nothing.
Is it ever cold here? You could walk around naked, bouncing your boobs. My homeland? That's where it's cold. Spit freezes before it hits the ground.
There we go, now we can go. He acted frustrated to me. I drove 30 minutes to get here, etc. I told him to just call the main boss. Yeah, of course he's frustrated. Like, he doesn't want to be in that situation more than you, right? Sucks for him as well. Estimates is a line of customers out the door, like 15 people. Oh, I see, yeah. My particular job here is only the cash register. Adding more people makes no sense. I actually wouldn't have, yeah, I wouldn't have sent him home. Yeah, I wouldn't have sent him home. I would have, sure, you can shadow, but don't get in my way. Yeah, I don't have time for this. You can sit around. I guess explore the
I'll go ahead.
explore the shop or whatever.
To arms!
Wait, why do they have strength damage again? Didn't I just rest that away? Weird. My particular job, there's only one cash register. Adding more people make no sense.
Let us strike as one!
I mean, there is some sense to it, I suppose. Backup opportunity. Great. All right.
You forced my hand.
This could have possibly done that, but I was over it. Maybe they didn't tell you because you're getting fired. Seems like a weird way to get fired, but who the fuck knows, eh? Oh, that's the wrong way. But I worked my entire shift today. Yeah, but that's such a dick move, though. Right? Imagine that, someone firing you by just hiring someone else and then not telling you. That's gotta be... well,
Be careful, everyone.
I don't know how it is where you live, but that shit would be so illegal where I live. Yep. Unfucking acceptable. Feel like if I was going to be fired, they would have showed up. It's also illegal here. That's what I thought, yeah. I would have imagined.
Dawnflower, guide my hand.
I mean... sure, let's go this way. Down here. Have I been here before? I have not. Just another entrance to this place. Fuck, I need to find that lever, right? Yeah.
I spotted something.
Face me if you dare.
They go down. I agree. Oh, this was the hermit. Right. Don't want to mess more with the hermit. I think actually Lever is not, it's, yeah, in the, not in the depths, but the caves. Oh. We found an exit to the outside. Exciting.
I'll try to make this
better
swift.
ones.
We'll know we're gonna go for that. We're gonna use that in a bit when we need to rest again. That's a trap, isn't it? No?
I found something interesting.
Let us bide our
Well,
time.
I need a challenge.
Quick, the plate depresses.
We should prepare.
Stone returns to its initial position. Room is surely the oldest, most forgotten place in the Dustion.
Tread lightly.
The scripture reads, in praise of Taldor, the brave warriors of the Fifth Army, exploration. Fallen but remembered in honor. Below is a date. Age of enthronement.
The path is clear.
What's the holdup?
There we go. Nightmare skeleton soldier, eh? Alright. I think actually a stunning oh shit, I should have used bark skin before. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Your moderate wounds? Actually, no. I think I'm gonna use the... Oh, wow. You're supposed to attack this.
I require healing.
Yes, I know that you require healing, but I'm trying. How much was that? 7 hit points? That was all? Fuck. Need another potion. Fuck! Mathematics can be developed a unified theory of physics that explains all the fundamental forces of nature. I mean, we haven't yet, right? String theory was super hyped up a while ago.
Do not falter. Bring it.
Did I save before this? You know what? That annoyed the shit out of me, so I'm just gonna... Auto-save? I wonder what that autosave was. I mean, I would... Well... I'm not a physicist. Wait, where am I? Oh, it's when we went down here it saved. I haven't saved until then. I'm not a physicist, and I don't even quite understand that I know the unified theory idea. It's more like, yeah, can we find a theory, a mathematical model of all the smallest things that explains all the largest things? And kind of, but not yet. Or not really, because at... how to put that? Where was this lever thing? Is that up here? Where's my mind going with this? There is the issue of scaling, right? That theory won't probably explain the forest, right? I've been saying that a lot the last couple of weeks, I feel like. Can't see the forest for all the trees. If you have a theory that explains the trees, it might not, or maybe even will not, explain the forest. So it's rather can't see the... Yeah, can't see the forest for all the trees. If you're just looking at the trees, then you won't see the forest, if that makes sense. Mathematicians have been delving deeper into the concept of negative energy. There are multiple ways of looking at that concept, isn't there? I think it was over here. What is negative energy? Check. Negative energy. This article about negative physical energy, for negative spiritual energy, negative energy esotericism, for the Triple Red song, for the Dungeons and Dragons plane. I'm assuming, since we were talking about physics, negative energy is a concept used in physics to explain the nature of certain fields, including the gravitational field and various quantum field effects. Gravitational potential energy can be defined as negative, but has no physical meaning, since a potential energy is always defined up to a constant. Gravity is a force deriving from a potential. Yeah, I don't know this stuff. I'm not a definitely not a quantum physicist. Sometimes I try to like watch videos and understand what's going on, but usually I just decide that, oh well, this is over my head. Well, I do learn some stuff, right? I find the whole subject interesting, but I don't have an aptitude for it. Somewhere here was a cart, right? I'm moving here. 9:12. Fuck, I remember seeing a cart somewhere. Can I just retrace my steps? Is that it? Not down here. I don't think so. Mathematician Stephen Hawking has a theory that if we can harvest enough negative energy, mankind could open a wormhole that time travel would be possible. See, it's easy to travel forward in time, but traveling back is the hard part. I'm not even convinced that... I've been thinking a lot about the concept of time myself recently, or like this idea has been stuck in my mind rather than thinking about it. There's been this idea stuck in my mind about time, that the concept of time requires an observer. Whose time, right? Time has a past, a present, and a future. So, is time that exists independent of the person experiencing time, or is time something that kind of arrives from our experience?
Enemy
So,
near.
do we actually travel through time, or is time just part of... Like, is time something out there, or is it something in here? I don't know how time is defined. Everyone says, "Hi, I'm New. What's the stream about?" Hello, New. Time travel, I suppose. Another one says, okay, but you could say the same thing about the material world. Oh, space-time? But space-time is not the same as time, right? Space is derived from something something. When does time begin? I mean, there are so many different definitions of time. What was that? Right, I learned about a new measurement of time. Just the other day. Yeah, there was this genius that just told me about, well, what about measuring time as technical progress? Or progress, is that the word? Technical development, engineering. There's been people, what was the quote again? There's been people who's been alive in the past that life was the same when they started living as when they ended. You could say the same thing about the material world. That is a point, though. No, that, like, I'm not talking about the actual time. I'm talking about the concept of time. The concept of the material world. Space, if we just take space. You only need two objects in relation to each other. Right, you have one object over there, one object over there, and there is, like, they are not touching, right? But, no, you're right, because... Start talking about space-time, because maybe they are touching in the future or in the past. A good point. Fuck, that's a complicated topic. I wanna see, what does Wiki say about space-time? What is the definition of space-time? In physics, space-time is a mathematical model that combines the 3 dimension of space and 1 dimension of time into a single 4-dimensional manifold. Space-time diagrams can be used to visualize relativistic effects such as why different observers perceive differently where and when events occur. But yeah, space-time is right? It is about the observer. So maybe you can say the same thing about the material world. That it is... Huh. I mean, in some ways it is, right? We've been talking a lot about the pragmatist attitude that, oh, I assume that because your observations are similar to mine, that is the assumption. you know what? And if we make that assumptions, then we make assumption that we all experience time at the same time and we all experience space at the same location, kind of. Mathemate says if time is based off technical engineering, then we would have to delve into the concept that mankind was an advanced civilization 60,000 to 100,000 years ago and something happened and set us back to Stone Ages. Wait, what? What? What the fuck? Where did this come from? Why do we have to do that? Mathemate says, look at the pyramids, the technology gets more advanced. As you get back, they have smaller stones stacked on top of larger stones that would be impossible to move during the Bronze Age technology. Would it? Slave labor, doesn't that work? I've heard that before. Aliens, I've heard as well. I kind of want to respond to and say that I think we do have the technology today, but like with most things, we don't have the political strength to do that thing. And I'm not pro-slavery, so I'm not sure I want that amount of political strength to build pyramids today. No one says, what did Yoda say when he plugged in his television? HDMI. I don't get it. HDMI. Fuck, I don't get it. You even spend a few seconds here, like try and then. Am I? Alright, so HD, what is that? I'm assuming the MI stands for am I, so I am HD, DH. I don't hear it. Mathemate says, have you actually looked at the stones yourself? I have not been to Egypt or... No, I haven't been to a pyramid myself, no. Even with 100,000 slaves, it would be impossible, would it? Or 1 million slaves? I'm not an architectural engineer. I'm not a quantum physicist either. Using slaves doesn't make sense because the precision is so correct that it would be all fucked up by the time you reach the top. I'm not convinced. I've seen people build House of Cards before, and they lined up great. So, I mean, I don't want to... Yeah. Alright, so I am not a quantum physicist, I am not a structural engineer, and I'm not a historian. I'm neither of those things. Yeah. I'm neither of those things. That's how I respond. It's cool that you are. No one says, so what are you saying? They had power tools and heavy equipment, but somehow they just lost it and we can find no evidence? Yeah, what happened with the metal and the plastics? Just gone. Another one says, I think the more plausible explanation is that they used leverage. Human can apply amazing amounts of force with leverage. Yeah. Oh, right. Where is that thing? How do we spell Occam's razor? What's this? In philosophy, it's a problem-solving principle that recommends searching for explanation constructed with the smallest possible set of elements. Oh, wow. Principle of parsimony or the law of parsimony? Entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. Although Occam never used these words, in my mind, Occam's razor is just make fewer assumptions. Yeah, the simplest explanation is usually the best one. One side aliens, one side leverage. One side power tools, one side leverage. But as I said, right, I am not... I'm not an architectural or a structural engineer. Yeah. I haven't built a thing in my life. Also, cards is not the same as pyramids. No, I'm just saying that, like, people can line stuff up. Yeah. People can line stuff up. People can lift things with leverage, and people can line stuff up with maths and measuring tools. Which is not... I mean, maths and measuring tools. Stuff. Wait, can we, like... Do we wake this up? Is that what's happening here? If I press this thing, is this thing sleeping and preparing to fight? Maybe. The room says I finally got Android running on the Pine phone. It's not perfect, but I'm pleased with it. I'm glad to hear that. Like, as so pleased that it would actually be capable of using it as a phone. Massmate says the fact that you put aliens in my mouth before I even put my thesis is actually very rude of you. Oh no, oh, I'm sorry. I did not imply to say that you were saying aliens. That's not at all what I was trying. I was just comparing it to that people have all types of ideas about... You didn't say that at all, Mass Mage, and... Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that you did. Yeah. It was me who said that. There was someone else, like, there's a meme, right? There's a meme, there's a dude with the hair and then does the aliens thing. Yeah, you were saying that, delve into the concept that mankind was an advanced civilization 60,000 to 100,000 years ago. And something happened that set us back to the Stone Ages. That's what you said. You didn't say aliens. At all. So, Massmate said I said that humans were advanced civilization and something happened that set us back, not aliens. Yeah, exactly, Mass Mage. I can see how what I said seemed like I was putting those in your words, but that was not my intent at all. I was comparing it, though. Yeah. Because, from my point of view, who's not a structural engineer, an architect, by the way. Again, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but to me, like, if I use Occam's razor, leverage and what's it called? An abacus and slavery is enough for me to think that, oh, humans could have done that. But again, what the fuck do I know? Everyone says, yeah, probably. Oh, that's fucking cool. That kind of implies to me, Node Runner, if you're at probably, then maybe the PinePhone Pro is even more probably, right? Massmade says the thing is that people can't prove how the pyramids were built, not even leverage, but there is a thesis, but no proof. Alright, here we go. Pyramid. Let's see. What does Wikipedia say? Modern examples. Wait, doesn't it say like generally about the history, or does it just list the pyramids? I don't even know. Massmade says if they build with leverage, you would find the proof. If they built with slaves, you would also find the proofs of thousands of millions of tools, and none of that has been found. Yeah, like there is a difference though, right? There are power tools and there are tools made with rock and stone and wood and whatnot. Right? There's a difference. It doesn't say anything here, and I like you do you, that's what I say. Right. Actually, no, let's put it like this. Actually, let's flip that whole script around, Masked Mage. Let's put it like this. Alright, there is no proof, therefore high-tech ancient humans. If I find something that I like, oh, if there's no proof, then my answer, and I guess this is the answer I've been walking around, my answer is, I don't fucking know. And if there's no proof, that kind of implies to me that you don't know either, right? If there is no proof of anything, that implies to me that I don't know and you don't know either, do you? Yeah. So it's a mystery. And that kind of makes sense to me. I don't fucking know, because I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Massmade says, for something that has been dug up for so many years, you would think there would be proof of slaves if that was the case. I mean, I would assume that slavery has been a thing for humanity for a long, long, long time. Like, not having slaves is a pretty recent development, isn't it? Not unnecessarily proven a negative by a negative. Yeah, exactly. Massmade says, or perhaps it wasn't even power tools. You're thinking only in technology we are able to us today. Perhaps they were using something entirely different. Oh, perhaps they were. No, I'm trying to discover it. Well, I don't fucking know. I can't help you, unfortunately. Massmade says the same thing with King Tut's knife made of iron, by the time they were not even supposed to have iron. The dark waters of the underground lake provide no hint to their depth. Maybe the old religions back then were so much better that they actually had magic. Yeah. The old religions they were following back then, they had a bunch of stuff that I don't know how to make, therefore magic existed. Or therefore aliens existed. Or therefore
I spotted something.
Can you make an epic pose?
better tools than we ever had.
A solid plan.
Nice. Massmate says you should really look into it, you will be blown away. I don't think I will be blown away. Yeah. If the only thing I'll find is, oh, there's a bunch of stuff we don't have answers to, it's like, okay. I mean, there are so many questions that do not have answers about this world we find ourselves in. Oh. Taproot of the old sycamore, it was from here. This sea of the giant tree once sprouted. You know what I would be blown away by? Would be actual evidence. Like if they found like a super high-tech thing that is so high-tech that we don't even know what the fuck it is, and then they open it up and reverse engineer it and make even more technological advancements today, that would blow me the fuck away. But that hasn't happened though. I guess part is because I like, it's a personal preference, right? I've never really been super interested in history. It has never really... I mean, sure, there's been some cool stories and whatnot, but...
Something here.
I don't know.
Let's head out.
It doesn't get my juices flowing. Another says that Egypt traded with other nations. The King Tut could have gotten iron knife from anywhere. Massman says don't look at the aliens guy with tinfoil shit. They've found it. Oh, sweet. So it actually did happen? What was it? Like, what advanced technology have we gotten from that? But all you will do is be more pessimistic? Oh. I think I would, yeah. Negative mental attitude in which an undesirable outcome is anticipated from... No, that's not what you meant, right? This is not what I was thinking of. Yeah, I was thinking about... well, not negative energy either. I was thinking about Occam's razor, right? That Occam's razor could probably be considered like a pessimistic, that it's like a... The fewer assumptions I have to make, the better. That's made since claiming aliens and shit. Over and over in Magic. Right. My point, I wasn't claiming aliens and shit. I'm just saying that you're using the same methodology as those people. I cannot explain anything, therefore, and then you, like, oh, there are no proof for anything, therefore. That's the argument you've been making, Mask Mage. Right? And that doesn't convince me. Just like... It doesn't matter what comes after the therefore. It doesn't matter if it's aliens, magic, or a high-tech civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago, 100,000 years ago. It doesn't matter if you like, actually, like, wouldn't matter if you said it was built by slavery either. Like, if you don't have a proof, you don't have a proof. To be fair, the slavery and leverage thing is just an assumption as well. It's just one that follows Occam's razor better than the other ones, from my point of view. But to be fair, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Norton says, yeah, I'm not sure what the answers are, but the idea that humanity was super advanced doesn't seem like a plausible solution. Yeah, that's where I end up as well. Does not seem like a plausible solution. I mean, it is, like, I wouldn't completely say that, oh, it's not at all possible. I just don't think it's very plausible because of Occam's razor, but, like, I could see them creating, humans back in the day, creating even more advanced bombs than we have today, and those bombs maybe would not leave radiation or whatever, and they could just blow themselves to Kingdom Come, and then we have we have to restart, right? That's, I mean, that could have happened, I don't fucking know. I don't think so, but... And even if it did... Like, even if something like that did happen, I'm like... So? My mind is still not blown. The Antikythera mechanism? Oh, I've never heard of that before. Let's check it out. Not says, think instead that the answer is probably something super mundane. It usually is, right? All the mysteries that have been solved has turned out to not be magic. And I'm using magic here as in future tech, high sci-fi stuff. Like, if I see it, it would look like magic to me, right? Massmate says, not related to the Egyptians, but physical proof of an advanced civilization, and we have no idea what it's used for, other than to find the stars. Wait, is it made to find the stars? Isn't that... Massmate says, where did mankind come from? Oh, I mean, evolution. That's where I go. Hello, son. Tongue Knife, nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Do you think we really came from apes and shit? I mean, the theory of evolution is one of my favorite theories out there, yeah. Like in science, oh, evolution is so fucking great. I love it. Nodron says, it's not really a computer how we know them. It's an astronomical device that relies on gears and dials, similar to a traditional wristwatch. Oh, that's super fucking cool. That high tech? Hand-powered. Orrery. Seems like a fucking cool device. Doesn't seem like it's higher tech than we have today. Massmate says, not that we were already around and managed to survive because we are incredibly resilient. No. Like, theory of evolution is definitely one of my favorites. It's so fucking cool. Sun says aliens and magic and gods and such doesn't explain anything. Like, in terms of what it brings to the table, it's part with the Blartenglarvs. Nice. That's almost a Slarty Bart fast there. Lol, damn it. Moon says, yo, hello Moon. Moon Pie Dumplings, nice to see you again. How are you doing today? And Orrery is a model of the solar system. Nice. Haven't seen that before. So it's a model of the solar system. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. When you don't have a computer screen to look at all day, something that would make sense to me. If you don't have a computer screen to look at all day, or a TV screen, or can't read a newspaper or whatever, what do people do? Especially in ancient Greek, like a warm place like that. Well, spend some time out just watching the stars, pondering. And some people go nuts and just, I'm gonna count all the stars. But this isn't even stars, these are The oldest example of an analog computer. Oh, so they do know what it is. I feel like it's an analog computer, an orrery. Or that's the best guess. I mean, just looking at the picture, right? It's valid HTML. Just looking at these pictures, it's got to be difficult to, like, it's got to be an assumption at the end of the day anyways, right? Yeah, exactly. A model of the mechanism. This is how they believed it was set up, because I assume when you set it up this, right, like if you try to reverse engineer it, this is what you get. Sun says, lol, started Larty Blartfast was the only silly meaningless noise I could think of. Nice catch. Oh, it was that. That's what I thought. Well, I'm a little bit of a Douglas Adams fanatic, so I see it many places where it's not actual, people didn't actually intend it. Yeah. Osmate says drink wine and have giant orgies. I've never been to an orgy. I would imagine that I would be uncomfortable, but maybe if I drink enough wine. Actually, I don't really like drunk sex. Like, It takes a lot of away from the experience for me, but I guess an orgy is not all about the well, the difficult thing to say. Not all about the physical sensations, let's put it that way. A giant orgy is probably about the experience as a whole, and I think that could be cool. Minpie Dumpling says, I think historical humans didn't have their attention span ruined by the internet. Less ADHD back in the day. You know what? That kind of checks out for me, yeah. I mean, there is nature and there is nurture, right? And like when you're raised with shorter and shorter attention spans, like people raised with TikTok, I'm assuming there's going to be more ADHD. Or, well, oh, I'm looking forward to that when they don't do ADHD. Instead, they just say attention deficits. Which I like. I really liked Dr. K's take on ADHD or attention deficits. That, well, I mean, it's only a deficit if you try to work in a specific way, right? Maybe if you are very much split focused and go from one task to another to another to another, maybe you can get a lot of stuff done if you build up your whole work routine around not having attention like that. Oh fuck, I'm 4 minutes behind. Can we slow down on chat a little bit? I need to try and catch up. Hello Coleman, nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Attention span gaming? Exactly, Sun says, I assume computer in this context simply means a machine that can mechanically compute or read data rather than a computer in their desktop PC sense. I mean, a computer used to be a job that people had. That was a job. Then they had a machine do it. Wasn't that a thing? I feel like that was part. Seen the movie about Turing. They had computers back in Turing's time as a job for people. Someone says, I would guess so. Sun says, if an orgy isn't about the sex, I feel like you're doing it wrong. Well, it's like a social experience, right? And I feel like I was saying, like, sure, it's all about the sex, but it's not about the physical sensation. That's more... Massmate says, That's only for the higher class. I imagine the typical life would be very terrible. Not something people would want to go through. Oh yeah, today is the best time to be alive as far as I'm aware. That's meant so going back to time travel before, most of us would not want to travel back to ancient Rome or anything similar. We live in pretty good times right now. Well, like, if we do a Doctor Who time travel thing, if I could just go there, pop in and visit for vacation and then come back, then I would. But I feel like time travel we would have known, right? Time travel was a thing we would have already known because of the that meme, right? What do we want? Time travel. When do we want it? It's irrelevant! Because it kind of is, isn't it? Moonpie Dumpling says, same with glasses. Screens are the causes of increasing glasses usage across the generational population. Maybe, maybe. I'll take your word for it. Fucking glasses are the worst. Sun says there's actually a fair amount of pretty compelling speculation that ADHD may have had various benefits in earlier times. I mean, that's the thing, right? We are a diverse bunch, Sun. Yeah, we're a diverse bunch, and the more diverse we are, the, like, we can do different jobs, right? So, yeah, it's definitely beneficial, benefits to that. It's just in current day society that I think a lot of ADHD people have problems because they're forced to sit down in school and just, like, be very rigid in structure, and the same with work, right? Working 9 to 5 and you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, that fucks up many people with ADHD, I think. But what the fuck do I know? Common says because if the Greeks could go and play Battlefield 1 on some Metal Gears, yeah, exactly. 300 BC, that would be preferable. Less studying of the stars. Moonpie Dumpling says, I wouldn't want to travel to any time before the civil rights movement's political victories, and even then there are some areas that I would avoid with a fervor. Yeah, like, if I wouldn't have to be worried about being murderized, and just could pop back to the now whenever I wanted, that would be nice. Yeah, that would be cool, just to check some places out. There's also diseases to worry about, language, so many things in time travel that would be a problem. I would probably travel to the future, though. Also, the location where you end up in time travel, right? Because if you don't move in space-time and just time, you pop up just in the middle of the vacuum of space and you just fucking die. That would be terrible time travel. Another one says, yeah, the people back then were aware of the planets. That they're right up there in the sky. You can see them. It doesn't surprise me a mechanism like this would be made at the time. It's cool, but I don't think it proves the pyramids are built by advanced technology. Yeah, me neither. And you're really getting out to the weeds if you start challenging the theory of evolution. Yeah, right? The theory of evolution, that's just... To me, it's almost up there with gravity, right? It's so good. And before you point out it's just a theory, therefore the humans has already existed. Yeah, gravity, evolution, two of my favorite ones. So great. Last minute is to remember that the theory of evolution is just a theory, just like the theory of gravity is just a theory. And if you don't believe if you don't believe in the theory of gravity, you will just float the fuck away. That's how the world works, right? If you don't believe in the theory. You're about to turn into a funny tool is the inspiration for today. How is that inspiring? I don't even know. Massmate says if it can't be proven, that's just a hypothesis. Can't argue with that. Well, the theory of evolution has been proven over and over and over and over again. Sun says, is that actually something you know with the glasses? Because as far as I know, it is common knowledge of unknown origins when the TV first became something everyone had in their home with no evidence for it. I have no idea. I remember hearing that people people get short-sighted. I don't think it's necessarily about the screens, but it's you don't look far away and close, like you don't train your eyes. If you treat the eyes as a muscle, if you don't spend time looking far away, it's like most other things in the body. It follows a use it or lose it kind of thing. The brain does the same, and the muscles do the same. If you don't use them, they atrophy, and it would make sense to me that the eyes, like, that's just efficient use of resources, right? If you never look far away, then why do we maintain this capability of looking far away? That's just a waste of energy, right? That makes sense to me, but what do I know? Moonpie Dumplings is a good point. This isn't an opinion that was informed by a study. Let me do some research real fast. Check it out. Coleman says time travel and learn how to make Greek fire. Then make Greek fire and be content. Well, they're gonna burn you on that fire for being a witch, Coleman. Massmate says, would you really time travel if the option was there? I personally wouldn't take the risk. Like, that's the thing, right? I was talking a lot about risk. If there is a minimal amount of risk, then maybe. Yeah, like, I would go in and use a car with a minimal amount of risk, and like, if I could just pop back whenever I wanted, like if the time travel was an armband or whatever, I could just press a button to travel back whenever I wanted, then maybe. I don't even know. But I would have many of these safety measures in place. Coleman says, I love my glasses. I would never bring myself to put pieces of plastic. I could never... Oh, the thing... Yeah, on my eyes. That just seems like a really good way to get some eye infection. Yeah. I've been thinking about getting one of these operations, but I've heard too many nightmare stories about people operating on their eyes and then just... everything just getting way terrible. Because I am not comfortable with having a piece of plastic on my face, and I would imagine that having them on your eyes, I've never tried, but I would imagine that's even less. It would be super fucking annoying. AFK in Pathfinder? Yeah, that's me. That's what I'm doing. I'm 5 minutes behind chat, so I'm trying to catch up here. Massmage says to Noderunner, one thing about evolution that I find interesting though. Have you seen the orangutans hunting with spears in the wild? They believe it copied it from humans that are now using it to hunt fish. Yeah, I've seen that before. It sounds super fucking cool. I don't know if that's necessarily relevant to the theory of evolution. I don't know about that. Found relevant study supporting this opinion? Was it an opinion? Like, have an opinion about if people have glasses or not? That doesn't sound like an opinion to me. That sounds more like a positive statement about the world. Like, either we stare at computer screens and that makes more people need glasses or not. I feel like that's not really an opinion. Like, saying that, oh, glasses are terrible and we should stop using them. That sounds more like an opinion to me. Here's Moon, and made shoot props for fact-checking yourself without hesitation. Great stuff, great stuff. Coleman says, funny fool. Wait. Oh, wait, I forgot the inspiration. Tool. Oh. I thought it said tool. Did it say fool? I misread that. Fuck, I don't remember. Let's... Oh yeah, you're about to turn into a funny fool. I mean... I can see how that's inspirational. Yeah. It's like, oh, you look funny, people laugh at you. Whatever, do it anyways, right? You're brightening someone else's day. You're about to turn into a funny fool. Live with it. Embrace it. I find that to be inspirational. That's something that I try to be more and more in my life. That, what's that called? Like, be more... open to be the entertainment for others, right? It's not the end of the world if people laugh at me. Sure, my face will go all red and it will feel a little bit awkward, but you can get used to it, right? For instance, I guess that's nice. Moonpie Dumpling says I keep track of my opinions, have a study to support them and which don't. Wait, what was the opinion, Moonpie Dumplings? I kind of forget because I I didn't see an opinion in that at all. Coleman says that everyone dies because everyone has air in their houses. You're right, Coleman. Everyone has air in their houses. It's time to vacuum out all the air and vacuum seal all the houses. Such a good... No one is ever gonna die again after we do that. Of course, people have to be in their houses when we vacuum seal them. Right? And then just move a few years in the future and no one will ever die again. Massmate says you're level 99 AFK standing in Pathfinder now. Yes, I am indeed. So much AFKing. Good times. I love that you read the chat even though you're so far behind. It has happened a couple of times where I'm like, I'm too far behind. I'm just gonna skip a few messages, but I try not to. Yeah, I try not to. I like reading everything. And I'm glad you approve. A lot of people don't. Sun says, okay, I'll have to skim that later to get the gist. Oh, wait. Gist. That's it, right? Was it gist? No, gist. Gotta read it to get the gist. But I noticed it's from 2010. The screen caused nearsightedness thing has been around since like the early 60s, to my knowledge. Back in the ass end of the 90s, when I was briefly obsessed about 3D modeling, my classmates and I realized we had to listen to the claim, so we decided to check if it was true, and all we found is that it was common knowledge. Ugh, common knowledge of unknown origins with no supporting evidence. I think it is because it does make sense. It wouldn't surprise me if it has been like some people were saying that you ruin your eyes by just staring. Actually, yeah, I think I've heard that. If you stare at a book all day, you're gonna ruin your eyes. I think that would have been like... Classmate says, my source. Trust me, bro. My source, I made it up. It's the best. Sun says... But like, without having skimmed that study yet, I'm still skeptical. It would sound more plausible to me if modern screen caused altered color perception. Oh, there's actually, I mean, shaky ground, but there is evidence for like, not tangential, but you could derive that statement from some other stuff, because color perception has been shown, but it's not like it's a little bit on shaky ground, that science. So it's not reproduced enough yet, actually. I wouldn't know. I haven't read enough. I haven't looked into it lately, so I don't know if they have gone one way or the other, so this is on shaky ground. But they did say that language, for example, influence color perception, which is pretty cool. And if that's the case, then a lot of things could alter color perception. Actually, you know what? A lot of stuff alter perception, but are we talking about perception here? I'm not even sure if perception is what we're talking about. Coleman says yes. Oh, kill everybody? Yes, that's the plan. Sun says Moon didn't strike an opinion. He claimed that screen caused impaired vision. Yeah, that's not an opinion, right? That's how I see it. Moonpie Dumplings would have to clarify. And as it turns out, he might be right too. Yeah, my skepticism was based on outdated information. So is mine. Well, I just made mine, like I usually do. I just made my ideas up. That's what I usually do. I'm just gonna make a wild guess, and I'm gonna stick with that. Which was on the side of Moonpie Dumplings, though. Moonpie Dumplings says, as Cider pointed out, it's possible that it's not the screens themselves that cause nearsightedness, but rather looking at the screens and not looking away. That is potentially why a common recommendation is to take breaks every 15 minutes to look at something far away for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's what I've heard before, but I haven't, I've just heard that randomly, so I don't know if that's a good recommendation or not, but... You could say that the screens then are an indirect cause, because the more screens we have, the less time we spend looking elsewhere. You could say it's a cultural thing, but... Correlation does not imply causation. I've also heard, I don't have a good source of that, but someone said that if you have a completely dark room and you just have the screen and it just goes dark after that, that the light thing fucks with your eyes as well. But I have no good sources on that, whatever, and I believe it when I hear enough from it. And to be fair, I have glasses, so it's too late for me anyways. It's too late for me anyways. I'm gonna keep having glasses the rest of my life, so whatever. I'm just gonna keep looking at the screens anyways. Because, oh man, do I love these computers. Gist? Yes, exactly. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's the gist, getting the gist, not the gist. Almost says, yeah, the same thing with books. I can't really look at books from far away. It's like forced nearsightedness. Maybe, yeah. Massmate says, I'm gonna get going for now. Take it easy. I'll come back with some good topics. The simulation grants me the knowledge. Take it easy, gents. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Massmate. Oh, shit. They're probably already gone, but I hope you don't feel too bad that I was throwing shade your way before. Like, it was a little bit rude, but I hope you feel good anyways. Almost has made the simulation be with you. Yes, may the simulation be with you. Sun says, yeah, it's actually reasonably interesting if it does alter/impair vision. I look forward to reading the article. Almost says, my source, I made it the fuck up. Exactly. Take care, masks. Watch out for the aliens. Oof. The shade. I mean, some people, yeah. My brother, he had an eye operation, and now when it's too sunny out, he needs shades. Like, sunglasses? Is that the English word for him? No, shades is fine. Fulgitino Tab says, what are your thoughts on universities having a quota for people who apply for the first time to study in higher education? Wait, so let's say that you apply and you don't get in, and the next time you apply, you're less likely to get in? Is that what you're saying, Colgitino Tap? Seems kind of rude. I'm assuming, though, that that's not the reason. I'm assuming that... No, I don't fucking even know. Why would they have that, and what's the point of it? Moonpie Dumpling says, what kind of quota? Like, just for first-time university goers? Yeah, sunglasses. There we go. Or shades. First-time university/vocational university appliers. So it's the first time they apply? I don't see the point. Like, why would anyone do that? I know there are a limited amount of spaces, and some of them are guaranteed for people who apply for the first time. That's the case, Colgate on tap? That sounds weird to me. What's the reasoning behind it? I mean, I know they have quotas for, like, or they have guidelines for where they draw the line, right? Where it's like, oh, they need these good grade, like you have to have studied this and this and this, and then we say who has the best grades and whatnot, right? They do a selection, and I don't see why they would necessarily have that first time appliers. It feels like someone who didn't get in the first time they applied. It's like, fuck those people. Isn't that kind of rude? But I don't know. I would want to hear the arguments for it, because I can't think of any. Sun says, when I went to uni, there was an assload of quotas in some tangled web I probably couldn't have understood if I tried, lol. I got in via the loser quota. I got in by studying stuff that wasn't filled. The stuff that I studied, those places were never full, so I just got in by saying, oh, can I get in? Sure, here. Come one, come all. Yeah. Everything I ever studied on the university was always open. There was one that wasn't, but then I got in by just manipulating the system. Because I didn't have good enough grades, and I was on a queue. But the thing that happens, right, is that the first days of a new program or whatever, the first couple of weeks, there will be no-shows, which means there will be a couple of empty spots always, and the people who were in the queue might not have, right, the communication between and like filling those empty spots. They don't have good bureaucratic systems in place to fill those empty spots. So if you just show up a week or two after the program has started, like, hey, do you have any free spots? We do, yeah. Come on in. I got in once, maybe twice that way. And it wasn't intentional. It wasn't like, aha, I have this great idea. This is how I'm gonna get in. No, it's me just being, oh, fuck, I didn't apply in time, and I didn't end up where I wanted to be, and I want to move to another university, and I don't know what to do with my life, and just not paying attention to what's going on in life, and just like, oh, fuck, let's just apply here. Like, maybe they'll let me in even though I didn't get in. Maybe they'll let me in anyways, and they did. Oh, actually, I was in the queue back then. But they didn't contact me, I contacted them, and that worked fine. Moonpie Dumpling says, I can see the reasoning behind a quota for first-generation college students, a counterbalance to the advantage legacy students have received. For first-time appliers? I mean, I feel like when you're a legacy student or whatever, usually most people, they study a thing and then they continue studying that thing. So you move from 101 to 102, which means you're not going to be taking the spots from the 101 people a lot, right? Maybe you'll start reading some other stuff as well, but I don't know. Volgatinotype says that is the case in Finland. I think they want to have a better chance for young people to get into university. Second-time appliers have the advantage by already being somewhat familiar with the entrance exam format, may have practiced more for it. Aha! There we go. I never had to take an entrance exam ever. I see the argument for it now, but because that, yeah, if you have... Yeah, the more you study at university, or the more times you take the exam, the better you're gonna be at it, right? And may have practiced more for it. So yeah, you know what? That kind of makes sense if you have an entrance. If you need an entrance exam, it makes sense that first-time triers get some leniency because they're first-time triers. That makes some sense to me. Volgatinotab says, I'm not sure that is the reason for it, but it was first reasoning that came to my mind why they would do that. Yeah, because I've never taken any entrance exams, I didn't think of that, but that makes sense to me. Sun says, I fell in with the kind of crowd that will suddenly explain to you at length that if you were serious about studying that thing, you said you wished you studied over beers the other night. Oh, that you wished you studied over beers the other night. There's an 18-month plan that'll guarantee you a spot if you're not too fucking dumb. You should prove you're not a loser and do it. You know what? I fell in with the crowd that, oh, if not enough people are getting in, then maybe we need to extend the university so that more people can get in. Yeah, maybe we should get more funding, more professors, more teachers into the university, bigger buildings, and so we can have 2 side-by-side classes going on. Sun says, can I be part of that crowd instead? Oh yeah, Come one, come all, that's what I say. Because, like, I was a loser in, well, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. I've always I've always had an aptitude for schooling. I didn't study when I was like a teenager. I just kind of got okay grades by not really doing anything. I just lucky like that, I suppose. Well, I don't even know if I would call that luck. That kind of meant that I never learned how to study or be good at studying. The first time I actually started studying in my life was in my 20s, which is, oh man, if I just learned earlier in life that studying was fun, holy shit. I probably would have been a professor today. Yeah, I probably would have been a philosophy professor by this time in my life. Maybe, who the fuck knows? Whatever, it's fine. But yeah, I was drinking, well, not a lot of beers. I was drinking ciders in my teenage years instead. So yeah, I think it's fine if you learn to enjoy studying in your 20s as well. And that should be fine. And university is such a great fucking place that I wish anyone who would want to could just have the experience that I've had. Just, oh yeah, just come on in here. Come join us, study the thing. I've studied a bunch of things. Like, I've been one of those people who's been maybe taking the place out of, instead of beginners, maybe calling it in on tap, that maybe I've been one of those people who's been stealing places from the first timers. Oh fuck, I've probably done that. So, I think I'm in a, yeah, I've been in a minority though. There's not a lot of people that has done it the way I've done it, yeah. What have I studied? I've studied philosophy, I've studied psychology, I've studied English, I've studied neuropsychology on a separate location, and I've studied didactics, suppose. And language was both linguistics, grammar, fiction, yeah, fiction literature, studying literature, like was a English in all their forms, I suppose. Well, Gitino says I did not take the entrance exam either, but most have to take it. You look at that. Sun says I didn't either. They looked up my lower tier exam results. Yeah, in my, like, we have an automated system where you just have your old grades and send those in. There are other tricks to get in as well, but I never need to do any stuff like that. Moonpie Dumplings said that by legacy students, I mean second, third, and maybe even more generation college students. Many prestigious colleges offer preference for legacy students whose parents, oh, I see, have gone to that college before, sometimes even to the point of lowering standards. Oh, I misunderstood, Moonpie Dumplings. So, nepotism, that's what you're talking about, Moonpie Dumplings. Yeah, again, I would say that, oh, fucking nepotism. It would be better if everybody just got invited, right? I suppose a lot of people who, there is a, in some places in the world, there is a bigger focus on high-quality universities and low-quality universities. That some universities are more prestige and whatever and whatnot, but I don't know how I feel about that. I have mixed feelings. Actually, yeah, I don't mind having prestige universities. I think it's stupid with legacy students. I think that if we're gonna have prestige universities that has all the best teachers or whatever, we should have all the best students as well. Like, for the special geniuses, right? So we can cater to everything ends up on the normal distribution curve, right? How good are you at philosophy? And then we have a couple of universities that teaches philosophy. Then maybe, yeah, we have a stricter tests and exams and whatnot to get into the better one, and then we can have the other ones for all the rest of the students. Because I kind of think that, yeah, we might even have special universities for the people at the other end of the normal distribution curve as well, the people who have difficulties. I mean, just, it doesn't even have to be that you're bad at philosophy, right? It's, if you have, if you are dyslexic, there might be a reason to have like a scale on universities for this, for the normal distribution curve. But most universities, like most people, that's always a minority, right? That's always a minority in tinier places. Most of us fall into the range of the middle, where you can just have a stock normal university, right? There are many universities in this world, and you can study at any of them, right? Because at the end of the day, when you're studying at university, it's more about you than it is about the teachers. Yeah. When you start studying at university, it's more about you and your efforts. You are doing the reading. You are doing the studying, not your teachers. And you're getting to be an adult, so you can take that responsibility yourself. Right? So what university you go to doesn't matter at the end of the day. Right? At the end of the day, doesn't super matter. Sun says, I basically got a guaranteed spot once I had requisite exam scores. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me as well. Though a combination of being an ex-con over 35 and having made the effort to complete my high school and gymnasium courses for the stuff I needed minimum exam scores for. Yeah, I had to do some, I had to go back and do some stuff as well. A couple of times. For the gymnasium stuff. To get in. Some continued, and the last part is honestly the weirdest, because obviously I was required to do that to get the exam scores I needed, yeah. So like, it wasn't going above and beyond. It was the minimal required effort. Well, that's what I did as well. Minimum required effort. That's the way it should be. That's the way I would like to see university work. Minimal required effort. Yeah, some stuff, right? In some places you go, you do have to have some maths, because we're gonna do maths, and we're not gonna teach you the maths that we're gonna need to do, for example. Or like if you want to study physics, for example, then you need to study some gymnasium physics and chemistry and biology, because just we're gonna need you to know some basics. Because we don't want to go through those basics with you. Which kind of makes sense. Polgitin Tab says in Finnish news, some expert was asked whether Finland should get rid of the quota for first-time appliers, and her answer was pretty much, that is a tough question. Yeah, that seems like a good answer, Colgitin Tap. I would say, like, over time, long-term planning, I would say yes, by building more universities, by extending universities so we don't have to have quotas anymore. But that's not the answer they were looking for, I don't think. Alright, what was this? To increase understanding about damaging effect of light rays on eyesight. Oh, so well... To investigate frequency of people affected from light rays electronic devices. Holy shit. This can be the whole correlation does not imply causation thing. This whole study could be problematic. We're selling ice creams. You know, study design, cross-sectional study. Place and duration of study, Rifa International University, and duration of study was 6 months. All right, a 6 months cross-sectional study with a convenient sampling method was conducted. Wait, I feel like you're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself. Damn it. December 2020, the age of the individuals was between 18 to 25 years old. All individuals who fulfilled the inclusion criteria were chosen from university. Always the university students, eh? All right. Where were we? A pro forma was filled regarding detailed history of use of electronic devices and other visual problems associated with it. Results: the present study, 200 students were participated using electronic devices. In these, 100 students were male, 100 females. 60% were emetropic. I don't know what that is. Mycopic. Oh. We're talking about eye problems here. 40 individuals were using smartphones from 11, 13 years old. 20% were using from 8 to 11 years old. 25, 4 to 7. The purpose of using these electronic devices in 96 individuals was using smartphone only for social networking. Most of them, 130 per participant, were using smartphones and laptops. Usage of these electronic devices for more than 4 hours to 6 hours was observed in 60 members. Among these individuals, most of them was using these electronic devices by lying on the bed, and some were also using a cervical flexible position. Conclusion: the overall research identified the smartphone and electronic devices used no longer had a bad effect on vision, most particularly myopia. Yeah, so it is a problem with eyesight. This research suggests that a constant and extreme utilization of smartphone and other electronic devices should be avoided. Yeah, like, it doesn't actually study the effect of light rays on eyesight. That's not what the study is studying, right? I feel like there's... Is this peer-reviewed? Like, did someone check this and just like, oh, there are some problems? Like... I would, if I was in the opposition when this, like, I mean, correlation does not imply causation, and, like, how do you know that you're studying light rays, right? You're not actually studying light rays, are you? Also, at the same time, 200 students are pretty fine, I suppose. And I feel like the whole study is also based on... self-reporting, right? How much time did I use... Actually, I could do this. Because I have terrible eyesight, and I was reading a lot of comic books when I was... 7? Maybe 11 to 13, but 4 to 7, I have no idea. But 11 to 13, yeah, no. I was reading books. But I would be on one of the high... Like, if it just asks me about smartphones, I might... Like... I have glasses right here. And maybe I should be in one of the groups where this thing... I don't even know. Lost my train of thought. Oh, shit. 4 minutes behind chat. Sun says, I feel like tiered universities is a problematic idea. Very problematic, yeah. Like, it solves some problems, but it creates others. There's probably a good way to do it, but I'm not aware of anyone doing it that good way. Specialized universities can go a fair way towards solving the same problems tiered universities supposedly solve. Yeah, I think that's better. I think extra resources for the geniuses and extra resources for the dyslexic, extra resources for the people who have extra troubles, right? You can do that outside of just a normal university and have a more flat university structure instead of specialized universities. So yeah, I'm just gonna flip-flop on that opinion and say that it's probably not a good idea because it's just having good universities is just a way for corruption and nepotism to show up, and it's not gonna achieve the requested goals. Yeah, so I think it's better to just include special help for the people who need it, and just I feel like the geniuses are getting left behind a little bit with that system, but that just implement extra help for them as well. Yeah. Well, Gideon on Tab says that the repetition is the mother of learning. So they say, yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says, are you in the US, son? Denmark, right? I feel like I've said that multiple times. In the US, there is a hierarchy of prestige for universities, but I feel like you're talking about something else. No, we are talking about the hierarchy of prestige. Kind of, right? Prestige. Kind of the point of the prestige is to have specialized or better universities and worse universities, if you will. But it's more, we're talking more about, like, this is the university where all the geniuses end up because we want to give them all the best stuff, and this is where all the dyslexic people end up, or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna flip flop and just go with Sun on that. Bulgitino Temp says they are Dane. They are a Dane? Wait. Yeah. Well, yeah, we've been talking about Denmark quite a bit. Sun says, additionally, I feel like it may be worth considering reframing university positions as station jobs tied to specific goals. How do you mean? I don't know that there's a way to do this without ruining the lives of the employees, but I have no doubt university performance would increase significantly if expert staff could be allocated according to their expertise. I don't quite know how you mean that. And also, right, if you want to change something, like changing school, flipping a switch and change... Flipping... Right, you do a huge fucking restructure. No, you take iterative steps and make improvements towards a goal, right? So instead of like firing a bunch of people, also I think firing a bunch of people is a good idea because we need less jobs, and there are probably a bunch of jobs that are not needed in the university. I don't even know. Maybe university can be more open source, and we can have people just showing up, not getting paid a lot, but just helping out. I don't even know. With their UBI. I would probably hang out at universities with my UBI. I've been considering doing that anyways. Just showing up in universities, just sitting in the back of the room, hope that no one notices me, and just hang out at a few lectures here and there. They're not allowed to do that, but I would imagine that you can just go in and sit in the back, and they're like, who are you? Oh, it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. Like, especially if you go to the bigger lectures. Maybe not the small ones where there's just like 15 people or whatever. Sun says I'm a he, by the way, and yes, I'm a Dane. The US has a tiered universities by another name. Denmark technically doesn't, but it does anyway in practice. I think Sweden does the same, right? It doesn't, but it does in practice. Just because of how many resources have been spent on those universities. On the other hand, like, I've been to one of the fancy universities, and I didn't have any problem getting into the fancy university. Even though I'm at a lower tier minimum, right? I'm at the minimum, but I could still get in at the best university. Moonpie Dumpling says a more solid study would be to test eyesight degradation in mice after forcing them to mimic phone conditions. Oh yeah, I would like that. I wouldn't say it's a more solid study, Moonpie Dumplings. I would say there are... I mean, science is supposed to be reproducible and enforce, like... Don't remove one to add the other, but just a solid study to add to this would be to test eyesight degradation in mice, which sounds like a great idea, yeah. Leave some mice to do stuff normally, force some to only look at it closely for long periods of time. All right, I need to I just need this image right here. Yep, I just need this image right here. Good times, right? For some to only look at things closely for long periods of time, and then for some all four things, and then some both. Yeah, and then test their eyesight. How do you test the eyesight of a mouse? Maybe, something like that. Hello, Melanol. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? The internet's still fucked? I hope not. Moonpie Dumpling says actually such a study might exist, but Google scholars gone downhill. Oh, this was the first study it recommended? Maybe. Fucking Google. Google is terrible. Moonpie Dumpling says spelling/grammar errors. Really? Wait, what are we talking about? Spelling errors? I missed the context of that one. Sun says, like if you want to go to a technical university in Denmark and you want to be able to flex with it, you have to go to DTU. I don't know of any Danish universities, actually. Tekniska University. D, I don't know what that stands for. Moonpie Dumpling says, oh, okay, you were using different terms. I've never referred to it by a tiered system, but that's not incorrect. Well, Tab says, fascinating stream. Rare occurrence of seeing a Dane and a Swede getting along. Wait, really? Do we usually not get along? Like, I've had some issues with the language barrier, but like... And I have issues getting along with people in general. So I don't know if I'm a good example, this anecdotal thing. Sun says, a station job is a job where you're going to be temporarily stationed at. Oh, right, yeah. In this case, a university for the duration of a project, after which you are sent to another location, or maybe the same for the duration of a different project. Ah, fuck that idea. I mean, sure, that's a good idea for the university and whatnot, but... actually, not fuck that idea. I changed my mind. It's only a good idea if the person expertise does not get stationed. If they like to travel and if they like to move from place to place, then yes, that's a great idea. But if the worker themselves don't want to be treated like that, then fuck that idea, because if they're unhappy with life, they're going to be an unhappy teacher, and an unhappy teacher is a bad teacher, right? Right? I see your point, and I've had professors like that travel around doing lectures, and as long as they enjoy themselves and have a good time with it, I'm fine with it. If they don't like it, then don't torture people. Like, don't fuck people over because they are gonna do a bad job. But you could probably find people who do prefer to travel around and do that stuff. Sun says, Colgate, SSH man, don't get it started. Don't SSH into my computer, like, I don't trust you on my computer, Colgate, so... Sorry, I thought that was funny. Melanol says it's always wave fucked. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Depends on time, I guess. Oh, that's too bad. Does it work for other things, Melanol? It might be screwed for Twitch, but you can still do... Oh, you can still do YouTube stuff and... do your work, right? Do your work, hopefully. Moonpie Dumpling says, well, you wouldn't force the mice to only look at things closely. You would reward them for doing tasks that are required to do so. Oh, man. I thought this was... I like this method was way more fun, Moonpie Dumplings. This was way more fun, but... then you had to go and be all reasonable and stuff. Alright, and discourage them from doing tasks that would deviate from this. Then you offer rewards for doing the eyesight test. Yeah, like, usually you do a labyrinth, right? And kind of set it up in a way that, whoops, I ran straight into a wall or whatever, I don't even know. there are ways to set it up, for sure. Usually the way we do it with humans wouldn't work, though, because you have to read out letters out loud, right? That wouldn't work with mice. Right, and you also have to do it with the light stuff and just having close range looking, not without the light, because I'm gonna make a source up and say I don't believe it's the light. Or my guess is that light is a minor problem, if it is at all, and more be at the range. But what the fuck do I know? Sun says, Moon, you dive down the screen, and I rabbit hole later. I'd love to hear what you find the next time I see you. Yeah. You dive down that rabbit hole. Love hearing reports. Moon Pie Dumpling says, probably not. I'm already juggling this, the college discussion, and a homework assignment at once. Oh, yeah. Less ADHD, right? Or less attention problems. Oh, D stands for Danish. How the fuck did I not figure out the D stood for Danish? That's so stupid. That's so stupid. It's here in Copenhagen. Yeah, I would have guessed. I even took half a master's there. Like, that would have been the first guess that D stands for Danish. Holy fuck. Nonsense, that's fair, Moon. I will probably just read the article you linked, but I'd love to know. Nonsense, that's why I mentioned the caveat that I didn't know if there was a way to do it without ruining the lives of the employees. Yeah, exactly, that's the caveat. And you're completely right. And it's definitely possible, right? We've been talking about ADHD people. They love to move around, don't they? Actually, I don't know if my uncle has ADHD. I don't think so. But my uncle does that, yeah. He's like always out moving from here to there. It's not even a, well, it is a project, but sometimes the projects are like, oh, he has a project for a week or two in the north of Sweden, and then he just stays there for a couple of weeks. Then he goes back home, and then he goes to the south of Sweden. Like he goes all over the place and just stays a couple of weeks. And he likes it. And it hasn't ruined his life, so it is completely doable. It's just right person for the job, right? It would probably ruin someone's life who's just, oh, I've worked this university my entire life and I have my routine and you're just gonna upend my routine. No, fuck you, right? That's just unacceptable. Melanol says it's 2 megabytes per second max, even though we pay for 12. That's usually how it goes, isn't it, Melanol? Yeah, you pay for 12, you get 2. You never get more, you always get less. Well, Tab says, usually at least online conversation between Danes and Swedes goes somewhat more hostile. I'll take your word for it, Tab. I actually haven't looked into that much. Interesting that a Finnish there is sitting eating popcorn and just looking at Danes and Swedes fighting, I suppose. Moonpie Dumpling says, for a home lab, how powerful is too powerful? Do I really need 6 cores? At 3 plus gigahertz and an NVMe SSD? I wouldn't know. I can't help you with that, unfortunately, Moonpie Dumplings. I remember someone mentioning that, oh, well, people have a tendency to go too powerful. But, I mean, it depends, right? How long, what you're gonna do and how long time it's gonna take to do those things. So unfortunately, I wouldn't know. No one else in chat has answered either by now, so I think you would have to look around. Maybe ask Bing. Maybe ask Bing. Notrunner would probably know. Notrunner says yes. Great answer. Sun says, I actually have ADHD. Fortunately, methyl Spiny date, fake meth. Oh, I usually say is amphetamines, right? Works like fantastically well for me. Oh, I've heard so many stories of people with ADHD that's just like, oh, yeah, oh, the amphetamines are great. But like, I didn't get diagnosed until I was 36, and today it seems completely fantastical to me that I could do the things I did before I got medicated. Wait. Today it seems completely fantastical to me I could do the things I did before I got medicated. Oh, that you were actually successful? Yeah, I got diagnosed a few years ago as well. Not with ADHD though, but yeah, someone pointed out that, yeah, like for the stuff that you have actually succeeded in doing, you should feel some pride. You should feel some pride in that. I actually had the thought the other day that I was like, maybe I should go for an ADHD diagnosis as well, just to, because I have attention issues, and I kind of wanted to try some amphetamines for that as well. But amphetamines, like, I'm not going to be buying that on the black market. Yeah, I would prefer to get a doctor to get it for me. Or maybe I just don't have to, because I don't have any responsibilities in my life. Or the only responsibility I have, no, let's put it this way. I am fully in control of my own responsibilities. I'm very fortunate like that, so I don't actually need amphetamines for anything. Would be nice to be more productive, I suppose, but I don't need to be more productive. Moonpie Dumpling says, but I could buy more RAM instead. I found a great deal on a refurbished PC, 200 USD for a 32 GB of RAM. If I replace the crappy SSD it comes with, it's around 250 USDs. I could buy multiple of those, or I could buy one with a more powerful CPU. That gave me 700 US dollars for my birthday. Oh, that's fantastic. Holy shit, that's great news. I mean, can't you use the crappy SSD before you... Oh, no. You replace when you buy it, so you don't actually buy the crappy SSD, you replace it at the purchase situation. I was thinking that, well, if you're getting a crappy SSD, you might as well use the crappy SSD for a while before you replace it, and then replace that later. Good morning, Tommy Luco. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Oh, man. That's just gonna stick. I think you did it once, Tommy Luco. I need to write that down. I need to watch that movie again. I haven't seen that movie in so long. There we go. Oh, I misspelled Vietnam. It's fine. But that kind of stuck with me for some reason. Sun says meth was invented to circumvent the restrictions many countries have on the various amphetamine variants. Oh, so it's functionally identical, but chemically different enough to get around the law. Oh, I see. That's how it works. I didn't know that. No. Moonpie Dumpling says, I definitely should go for an ADHD diagnosis, but what I'm doing works now. I just rotate between 3 and 4 tasks. Nice. At least antidepressants are very helpful. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. If it works, right? Moonpie Dumpling says, used to get a lot less done. Like no homework. Oh, homework. Gross. Sun says dextroamphetamine is like the OG ADHD medicine, but for example, here in Denmark, it's a straight up crime to administer or take outside a hospital admission. Oh, that's fucked. The other one says a good way to build a home lab is get a used server rack and equipment to put inside it. Seems neat. Moonpie Dumpling says way too expensive and won't fit in a college dorm. I'm looking for a mini PC. Oh. Tomaluka says huge headache and I don't feel like working, but I have to. Oh, that's too bad, Tomaluka. That's too bad. I'm with Sun, yeah. Hope you feel better. Netrunner says to Moonpie Dumplings that you can get a lot with a gaming PC and some virtual machines. Yeah, you can do a lot. Some things you can't do. Well, you do know sepsis? Yes. That is tautology. Wait, what is a tautology? I missed the context of that one. Sun says try Red Bull, half a liter of water, and a brisk 5-minute walk outside. Interesting. I don't do energy drinks anymore. Quit. Someone says, yeah, my preferred method is to get an old phased-out server and play around with those regarding home labs, etc. There we go. Thanks, says Tomaluko. Minpa Dumpling says, traditional gaming PC is too big, but my current gaming PC has 8 cores. Do I really need 6 in a server? Well, get in on tap says, if it works, it works. Yeah, but you don't know beforehand, right? Notrunner says, more cores, more RAM, more virtual machines. Oh. Less cores, less RAM, less virtual machines. And then back to the original question, Moonpie Dumpling says, but do I really need... Do I really need all of that? Wait, do I really need... There we go. Do I really need all of that? That stuff. What is it that you're gonna be doing, Moonpie Dumplings? I feel like that's a question, isn't it? What is the plan? This? Oh, we got a helmet. Fancy stuff. Is that gonna show up under armor or... Look at this. Wisdom +2. This headband grants a wearer +2 wisdom. Bonuses at the same time usually don't stack. Boom! My attack got better, and we're gonna get to 22 later. Oh, this is fantastic. Nodon says, I mean, if you want, you can learn a lot by playing around with the Raspberry Pi. Going to be learning. That's a good point, yeah. So no. The answer is no, you don't really need all of that stuff. I don't know, I just, I know I want to host some stuff. Like, if you want to host a website, you can just, yeah, Raspberry Pi, those are fucking tiny. Moonpie Dumpling says I could rent out a VM. Call it for CompSci. People might want them. Yeah. Do that. The collapsed soil dragged some buried treasure down with it. Someone's going to be disappointed when they find their hoard missing. Yeah. And I'm gonna be the winner because that helmet, whew, so good. Alright, I'm actually gonna move around a little bit in the game again because why not? Still haven't... don't know where that thing went. Oh, let's actually... like this. Looking good. Nodor says, I think you should get whatever is most practical. What does that even mean? Oh, you talking about size rather than caring about contents? Because what is most practical? I don't know. Moonpie Dumpling says it's about RAM and CPU. I'm torn between multiple of the high RAM machines with 4 cores or a single higher CPU machine. Literally none of these are practical. Most practical is to just use the VPS I'm already renting, but to mount college's free Google Drive, encrypted of course, to it. And store whatever I want on that. That is pretty practical. But if you want to play around with hardware, right, then you should get some easy-to-use, cheap hardware. I mean, you can still do that, Moonpie Dumplings. You can use the VPS that you're already renting, but you can... yeah. do some stuff local and not go ham and buy something else, maybe. I don't even know. Sun says that caffeine is almost as good against headaches as an actual painkillers. Didn't even know that. Lack of fluids is usually a factor in headaches. Yeah. Water, I usually drink water, yeah. And poor air quality with a recent brief period of inadequate breathing are both common causes of headaches, often together. So, like, if the painkillers don't cut it, take a Red Bull, a tall glass of water, and a 5-minute brisk walk in open air tends to do the trick. Sounds fantastic. Notor says if you can do afford all your learning in the cloud, that's fine. Oh, right. The cloud might be more expensive over time, right? We're making a cost-benefit analysis here. It depends what you're going to be doing, right? Might be if you have to pay a bunch of money for that stuff. Tomalik says, which is why I made coffee. What do you like that? Moonpie Dumpling says, I have plenty of hardware. I have 5 laptops, but 3 are taken apart and gutted to various degrees. I could turn my 8 gigabyte RAM... I could turn my 8 gigabyte RAM one or my 4 gigabyte RAM one into a server. Seems like you have a lot of stuff. Sun says, hope the coffee fixes it. Yeah, hopefully. Moonpie Dumpling says that server is for prod usage only. I host some stuff for my mom's business on there, and it's not that powerful of a server. In addition to that, I want to learn tech like Terraform without having to deal with cloud costs and whatnot. If you already have a bunch of stuff, I feel like if you have a bunch of stuff, Moonpie Dumplings, if you use that until it's not enough, that's gonna let you gauge your own needs, right? Go with what you have, and then you're gonna gauge your needs and just like, oh, this is more stuff. Sun says, Moon, do you live in like a ballroom or something? A hangar, maybe? Nice. Alright. These seem to be popular. Alright, what do we have? B-Link! Mini PC, connect to a wonderful life. Popular stuff. No JavaScript, so... There you go. And then we have some more stuff. This is the one Moonpie Dumplings is linking. Sun says I have 1 gaming PC assembled, and it feels like it's taken up half my flat. Well, I mean... A lot of the space, Sun, is... like these things, and the monitors and whatnot. Right? You could probably... put the thing in a corner somewhere where it doesn't take a lot of space. The actual, like, yeah, what was that? Like, this thing doesn't take a lot of space, for example. Moonpie Dumpling says, I live in the suburbs. Yes. Oh, in the US? Yes, the US suburbs. Is that Canada? Sun says, I guess those houses are massive as they look on TV. Pretty much, says Moonpie Dumplings. Parents say it's a mansion compared to what they grew up in. Pretty neat. This great battle between kobolds and might took place here. It seems impossible to tell who won. Where am I going? We've already been over here. I think I'm getting close to exploring this entire floor now.
Don't hesitate.
Sun says my case is in the corner, but it's the size of the monolith from 2001 A Space Odyssey. Thankfully, it's not full of stars. Sun says, that sounds awesome, Moon. That sounds pretty neat. Alright, so I think I've cleared out this entire thing. Oh, not over here. And yeah, I think we do need to go up to the caves to use the lever thing. No, that's not. Yeah, let's go this way. Nodal says the first impressions, the HP is a shitbox, but on further reflection, you might be able to use it for some things. I heard the B-links work better with Linux. Eat. No, wait. No, fuck. Yeah, we need to climb here. Now we can go over this way.
To victory!
Oh shit, I've been AFKing, so I've lost the bark skin. You know what? Let's do the bark skin. Mid-combat, it's fine. There you go. Get fucked. Very nice. Mimpa Dumpling says, why do you say it's a shitbox? It's good RAM and CPU. And at least what I want. Also, many reviews says it worked fine with Linux.
This requires your attention.
Where's my... Wait. Yeah, this is the... Yeah. We don't want to mess with this dude. He doesn't like us in there. Actually, I want to... Oh, I'm gonna just check. What's my AC? 2320. 2423. 1918. Yeah, so... These two are definitely better tanks. And I'm getting closer to being the same AC. Did you have... where do I see health? Maybe that's under character? No. Am I blind? Oh, I can just mouse over. 52 and 48. Yeah, so we're pretty close on health as well. That it's looking pretty good. Very nice. Notice says I'm biased against buying refurbished HP computers running Windows for some reason. AC is at the bottom box on the left. Yes, I was looking for health. Sorry, HP, not AC. Yeah, 2320 is what I have. And 2423, that's what I was saying. 19 and 18. Looking for health, but you can use the mouse over. 52, 48, that's pretty close in health as well. Both of, like, we're not there as a tank yet, but we are gonna get there. Actually, what do I get? I get other +1 AC bonus and other +5 AC bonus. Wait, dexterity? I thought I got from wisdom. But we're gonna get more dexterity later, yeah. We actually do get some from... Oh, no, it's the hit chance we get from wisdom, not AC. And this one does not... Yeah. This one doesn't... Flat-footed does not get the dexterity bonus. We have +1 to Tartitius present. And +1 from the armor. And +2 from the key power. Very nice. But to call it a shitbox? Why not? Sun says CHACO is right. Wait, what are we talking about? Yeah, health is down here. Fine. Health is also in the corner of... Oh, it's right there. That's... Blind as a bat. I wasn't looking at it. Nice. Good looking out. Notice says you can do what you want, but if it was my choice, I would get the B-Link 100%. There we go. You asked for a recommendation, and those were the recommendations. And recommendations always include biases, right? Moonpie Dumpling says could get both, or a machine with an even more powerful CPU. But is that worth more than the 64 gigabytes of RAM? Can you open it up and put some more RAM in there, Moonpie Dumplings? I don't even know. Sun says, do you have monk levels? Because then you should have a Whiz AC unless you're wearing armor. It says other. I don't know if other is the wisdom. It just says other +1 and other +5. I guess we can check, is that under abilities? Insightful Strike we have, but... Oh, here we go. AC bonus. There it is. Yeah, adds wisdom. Oh, that is the +5, because we have the +5 modifier. So that's got to be the other +5 AC bonus. Yeah, right there. AC bonus. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, that's where all the AC is coming from. It just said a other, which threw me off. Sorry, THAZ0 is second edition. Called BAB in this edition. Wait, what are we looking for in BAB? I don't see any BAB stuff. Someone says, I mean, a Xeon E5 2683 version 4 is a 16-core 32-thread that you can get on eBay for under $40, sometimes under $30. Oof. One of those in a pre-built Lenovo ThinkStation P50 for $125 with 6 terabytes spinning Rust, and another $82 for... I mean, a lot of tech stuff here to be compares with even the Quadro stuffed GPU to get up and going. That would be my way to go, says Tomaluka. Another one says he needs a tiny footprint. Tomaluka says, and then throw the cheap $50 SSD in there and you'll be set. Sun says, I think other +5 is the Whiz bonus. Yeah, indeed. I wonder what the +1 is. Who knows? Definitely was the wisdom bonus. Tomaluka says, well... Due to me being used to absolute server rack data centers, this is tiny. Nice. Moonpie Dumpling says, I recognize that even though buying a crappy mini PC and then updating may be cheaper, but I'm tight on time. Ah, you're tight on time as well. Sun says it's because AC bonuses have a type and only dodge and other can stack. The rest, only the highest bonus applies. So other can stack with other, I assume. Deflection cannot stack with deflection. Armor cannot stack with deflection. Oh, actually, I like all of these things can stack. Oh, dodge cannot stack. Deflection cannot stack. Dexterity bonus wouldn't stack. Where did I get the dodge from? Did I take a feat? Oh, +1 dodge. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you gain an additional +1 dodge bonus to your armor class. There it is, the crane style. And that is not considered on now, is it? No, crane style is on. Oh, that's the +1. Fighting defensively... That's a +2 dodge. Wait, shouldn't I have a +2 dodge? It only says +1 dodge. Is that maybe in combat it's gonna say +2 dodge? Maybe? Because we're not fighting right now, so we don't get the bonus right now? Maybe. So if like you have 2 armor AC bonuses, you can only get the best one. Yeah, exactly. They don't stack. That I've learned by reading. Moonpie Dumpling says that Tommy Luco's example seems so overkill. A few weeks ago, I was salivating at the thought of a 16GB RAM Mac Mini. Now I consider nothing under 32GB RAM to be acceptable. Nice. Sun says I can't get what the other is, but it should stack. Yeah, right. Otherwise it wouldn't stand. It wouldn't say other and other. It would just be not showing. It is on flat-footed as well. Could be from wherever, right? Could be from whatever, it's fine. Dodge can stack. Dodge and other can stack, but only those. Oh, right, that's what you said. So... Oh, so we're actually getting... +3 dodge? Woo. Seems OP. Kamalika says, well, we were talking about home labs. Moonpie Dumplings, like that you could set up a whole cluster of virtual machines and have some fun. Not trying to convince you, but often people are not aware how easy it is to get really powerful hardware. Yeah, that didn't sound too expensive. Dodge you get from decks and feet. There we go. Someone says, okay, sorry, I never looked closely at this before, so I'm using the terminology from SRD, and apparently Kingmaker modifies that a little. Yeah, I would assume that Kingmaker modifies it somewhat. Like in the tabletop RPG, there is no Dex AC, it's a Dodge AC bonus. I see. Oh, yeah, the Dexterity is +2. Maybe the dodge... Yeah, we've got the dexterity +2 and the dodge from the feet. From the crane fighting style. Moonpie Dumpling says the HP refurb machine is the best deal I've seen so far. 4 cores and 32GB of RAM, half the price that it's usually at. And it kind of makes sense that they separate the dex and the dodge out, right? So that you can actually see what's the dex and what's the dodge, instead of just having 1 dodge or 2 dodge entries. It's better to just say dex bonus. I like that as a difference, right? Says, and like in the tabletop that actually... And like in the tabletop that actually matters, different things can negate different types of AC bonuses. Like for example, dodge AC bonuses are easy to negate as simply flanking the target. I think that's, yeah. And as you can see, both dodge and dex, they call that flat-footed here. Or touch, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, flat-footed they remove the dex bonus and the dodge. On touch, they remove not the dex bonus and dodge, but they remove something else. Wait. Bark skin doesn't help against touch? Ah. Yeah, we have different types of ACs. Good point, right? I feel like when you do the tabletop thing, I don't think it matters, but in a game like this, it makes sense to separate them out when you just get it like this. Where are we? Tomaluka says, as long as it's an HP Rolliant, fine. If it's some other HP sub-brand, stay away from it. Moonpie Dumpling says it's not a server, it's a mini PC designed for desktop usage in businesses. And they resell them after the warranty runs out. Sun says touch removes armor. And, oh, armor. There we go. Yeah, and natural armor. Flatfoot removes dodge. Exactly. Looking good. I'm learning stuff. I'm learning.
Let us be careful.
Wait, did we think about that for some reason? Oh yeah, I was just curious how my tanks are looking. Actually, I think I want to change these formations like this. And go with you. Because Amiri has been running forwards a little bit too much. So if she stays a little bit further back. Just a little bit further back. Oh, right. Been here before, that's fine. The melee DPS, not the melee tank. She's fine on the front line, but we prefer her not to be on the front line. Yeah, that feat that gives her movement speed is just like, nope. Big fucking nope. And, oh, this is to the outside. I remember, yeah. Want to go outside later. Not yet. Comlux says, yeah, HP non-servers suck quality-wise. Vinpadumply says, I'm still skeptical, especially after the load of glowing reviews on Amazon. HP business products are different than their consumer products. Generally higher quality. Seems like you've met two people that have some significant biases towards AP. They don't like it. Hopefully, if you buy it, you're not gonna join that group. Hopefully, it'll work out fine for you. Oh, right, here we go. This is where I reloaded the thing. I remember now. So, what we do is that we're gonna stand... Valerie's gonna stand over here. McDread's gonna stand... Oh, wait. Maybe like this. Yeah, they get to stand here and here. Hammer gets to stand here. Octavia gets to stand... Wait, someone needs to flip this thing, though. Who's gonna do that? You know what?
I'm listening.
Mira gets to flip that.
I'm listening.
Tristan gets to stand here. Lindsay gets to stand here.
I won't let you down.
I think this is fine.
Well,
Quick save. And now we fight. Oh, I should have precast. I should have precast a few spells. Damn it. Well, maybe we'll be fine anyways. This is the exact model you have in mind, and Moonpie Dumplings posted the exact model again. Nice. Check it out, Tomaluka. Sun says, oh man, I just hit level 10 with Amiri. So I have the rage feats I want. Nice. Which means I could technically keep giving her move speed rage feats from now on. At level 20, that would give her an 80 feet movement speed. Oh man. I feel like it's kind of a scam. Like, if you're not making Amiri into a tank, she's just gonna pull a bunch of aggro. Why is she fighting defensively, by the way? Stop doing that. Because I want her to be melee, but I don't want her to be tank. Yeah, that's 2.5 times more than anyone else, right? I mean, you can use micro. I mean, having the movement speed is not terrible, because you can decide to go wherever you want and kill whoever you want with her. So it is a good thing, but it's just something that you would have to start microing, which I'm like, just, oh, annoying. Annoying to do all this micro. Alright, so, since we didn't do precast, we're gonna bless. We're gonna start Inspire Courage. What is this? Oh, Mirror Image? I don't need Mirror Image, I don't think. I need to sort these spells up, though. And you are gonna be Disrupt Undead, because we're fighting the Undead, of course. That, 1d4, and Disrupt Undead is 1d6. So yeah, we're gonna do that. I don't think you're gonna do anything else. Yeah, you're just gonna keep casting these spells. And Amir is gonna rage. Alright. Alright, and then we're waiting on Tristan here, because Tristan is gonna throw a few buffs out. Miss. Fuck. Oh, actually, you are gonna do a stunning strike. Do we do stunning fist? No, let's do stunning strike here. Maybe I should stun this person. It's whatever, it's fine. You stun someone, eh? Valerie, I hope, is fighting defensively. Yeah, we do have dexterity damage, which is no good, but we'll see what happens. Emily says that the Elite series are generally okay quality-wise, but honestly, I'd rather compromise on footprint to get some more performance. Sun says, I mean, the only reason to do it is because it's stupid. Nice. Moonpie Dumpling says, is a college dorm? Will a desktop fit in my suitcase? Probably no. In your suitcase? Why should it fit in a suitcase? Alright. Got the bless out. Then we're gonna get the... we're gonna get Shield of Faith on Valerie here. I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna get the Shield of Faith on Valerie here. Because hopefully this Nightmare Skeleton Soldier will just keep hitting on Valerie. Which means we're gonna give Blessing of the Faithful long on Valerie as well. Alright. What happened with the stun, by the way? They have +4. So we can stun. So let's do another stunning fist here. Let's do an extra attack as well. And a fortitude save. That's too bad. You're gonna attack this one. Lindsay should attack this one as well. Kristen, is it time to attack? No, I think we're gonna do Blessing of the Faithful Red here. Oh! No, 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 no. No, no. I need a taunt. I need a fucking taunt, because that's unacceptable. Did I not have like a thing for that? You're supposed to be attacking Valerie. Fucking asshole. Damn it. Tomolux is understood. Just be aware that gaming is not really going to work on that thing. Oh. That was not the plan though, was it, Tomoluco? Hosting stuff. It was a home lab, wasn't it? Why would a skeleton be smart enough to start attacking the healer? Wonder if I should enlarge a person as well. Like, are we going nuts here? Tristan is just fucking gonna get fucked here. How much health do you have? Oh, 26. So you're gonna survive one attack. Wait, can I just do try this? Oh, what is all this stuff? Rebuke death? You can touch a living creature as a standard action, healing it for 1d4 points plus. You can only use this ability on a creature that is below 1 hit point. Oh, that's fantastic. I haven't seen that before. We have Touch of Good. Why do they have the same icon? That's annoying. You can touch a creature on a standard action, granting sacred bonus to attack rolls, skill checks, abilities, and saving throws equal to half your level in that class. Damage undead. We have channel positive energy. That's pretty neat. Haven't I seen these things before? Alright. Equal to the half your level in the class that gave you access to this domain. I'm class 4, so I get +2 on ability checks, skill checks, attack rolls +2. What does the +2 bonus on attack rolls, skill checks? I feel like Blessing of the Faithful is just better than the Touch of Good. Same thing, but Blessing of the Faithful is better. Weird. Moonpa Dumpling says, I don't want to game, I want to host stuff. Maybe Proxmox, maybe something else. I've been doing a lot of research into software as well. No one says any apps you want me to test with the Pine Phone? Android apps? Oh man, if you have Android installed... oh, actually, I don't know if... It's the same one, right? I think you can just install it and see if it starts. The Bank ID. That's what it's called, Bank ID. You just want to install it, see if it starts. You're not going to be able to actually test it because you need to register and whatnot. Dumplings says, yeah, then go right ahead, Moonpa Dumplings, with the one that you were considering. Alright, what was I doing here? Rebuke Death seems like a fantastic ability to have, so... I'm gonna put Field of Faith over here. Gonna put... Alright, we're gonna turn this around a little bit. We're gonna have the heals over here. Those are gonna switch places. We are gonna have channel positive energy over here and rebuke death over here, and then we move over to the buffing thing. And this is the wait. What was this again? Damage undead. So you get to be over here. Oh no, you're definitely not going to be fighting defensively. But we are going to be do acrobatics mobility. Can move through a threatened square without provoking an attack of opportunity. Yeah, we want to move at half speed because we do want to move away. Do we wait on after the spell or before the spell? Press this button. There we go. Now you can just... Oh, that actually worked. Now they're attacking a mirror instead, though. That's super annoying. Well, they're gonna get one attack in on a mirror. That's just... Alright, so I think we're gonna do Blessing of the Faithful on a Mary as well. Or maybe a heal on a Mary. Do the Blessing. Can you do Hideous Laughter? Like, does that work? Let's try it out. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna do the Blessing. We're gonna do a Cure Moderate Wounds on... Here. Can I, like... A few steps this way? There we go, that's what we want to see.
Tear them apart! They go down!
Then we start flanking here. Pretty good heal. Kinda wanna stun this dude, but we need to attack.
You deserved it.
Get this fucker down. So let's do an extra attack. Attack didn't work. Do another extra attack. I can miss and dealing no damage. Oh, there it is. I don't think I do need to stun. No, this dude is gonna be fucked. Get fucked. Looking good. Tom Lucas says that Contabo has gotten more expensive. It used to be 620 for a 4C 200GB SSD, 2GB RAM, VPS, including tax, and now it's 884. Insane. That is quite a bit more expensive, yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says I pay $8 a month for 8GB on a RAM on webdoc.io because that was the cheapest I could find. Lucas says that Contabo is by far the cheapest for the performance they offer still, but they were much cheaper before, and they're also available in the US, but there you pay for the server I mentioned before, something like $10 a month. And they even let you relatively easy bootstrap stuff like NixOS on it. Nice. A 32 terabyte upload and 0 download limitation, so it's also decent for that price range. Noro says for some reason when I search on Aurora Store nothing comes up, not just bank ID, literally nothing comes up. Oh, interesting. I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that it kind of works because it works on my thing, right? Oh, maybe not, though. That's weird. That is the correct spelling, though. Yeah, that's exactly how it's supposed to look. But is that... does it matter what you search, Node Runner, or is it just the entire Aurora store that is fucked? Maybe you need to start a new connection if it broke or something? I don't even know. Right, let's go and loot. Look at this half-plate heavy armor. And an extra tower shield. It's fine. Yeah, heavy encumbrance, it's fine. I'm gonna drop some of that stuff in a bit. Ooh, did you see those weapons? They looked so fancy.
I shall not fail.
Anything hidden in here? Look like it. Sort by weight. Look at this half plate. Look at your new equipment we just found. 9 armor. Did we get 40 arcane spell failure chance? That doesn't matter. 0 max dexterity. I wonder what that max dexterity thing means. Oh, dexterity bonus? We already have 0 because of the damage, I suppose, but... Ah, look at that. 28 AC, 27 flat-footed. Holy fucking shit. Oh, 13 on the touch, though. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, right, touch doesn't go with armor. So we have terrible touch. So we actually just want to fight melee people with Valerie. And McDread is gonna tank the spellcasters. Especially the melee spellcasters. Something to remember. Oh, the entire store is just fucked? That's weird. That's weird. Hmm. Lucas says, oh, Kontabo are absolutely funny people. For a while, don't have an active one, so I can't tell if it's still, but once you first install the system, they let you install Arch out of the box. That funny? Like, I feel like that whole thing that, aren't you supposed to be able to install whatever the fuck you want on a thing like that? And this power shield. We're still very much in the heavy. These fuckers are heavy, like so heavy. Carrying around. What about this tongi here? Piercing? Oh, it's a one-handed. Oh, it looked cool here, but it kind of changed my mind. Oh, it's an exotic weapon. Tomaluka says you can install whatever you want, but they offer it as a pre-loaded images. Oh, I see. You can bootstrap everything. If you just want to upload your own images, you'll have to pay extra, though. This is standard. You can install whatever you want from the recovery image. I guess we're gonna drop a few of these things. Right, this one is 150 gold, but gold per way. Oh, this one is no, so let's just drop that. 150 gold. This one is 62 gold, so gold per weight is worse. I wonder if I have abandoned mail sitting around. Actually, why would I want... Maybe the max dexterity would want you to have a abandoned mail instead of a half plate. I would want to, like, I'm a hoarder, so I do want to keep one of those around, I think. What about medium armor? Is anyone ever even using medium armor? You're using medium armor, aren't you? I don't quite know. Oh, right, we're fatigued. Max dexterity thing? I don't know what it does. And we're still on the heavy. We're not overburdened though, so we can stay on the heavy. It's fine. Oh. And we did explore this entire thing, yeah.
Let's head out.
Alright. So this thing has been... Yeah, I think we want to go to the Sycamore Caves. Oh, actually, unless it's down here. Kind of looks like it could be down there. No. Oh, this was not it. Not down here either, I don't think. Nope. Oh, almost miss mandibles of a huge spider. Don't want to miss that. This thing can be wherever. I think it's maybe up here or something, but I guess we'll just have to go explore. Oh, wait, no, here it is. It just ended up in the correct spot. Very nice. There's gonna be a fight. No? Great sword. Check that out. Here we go. Great sword. 3 to 13. I mean, the ginormous sword is pretty damn. Yeah, it's oversized. Very nice.
Tread lightly.
Primitive hoist seems to be missing a piece. Primitive, a wooden suspension bridge. Perhaps it saw frequent use back in days when the mites and kobolds lived all in peace. Wait, really? Is this... Can I just show up from the other side? Is that what you're saying? Can we just create a shortcut? Is that it? If I go over here and then go down here and then open from this side? Kinda looks that way. I would just have one of my archers shoot the ropes. Yeah, what I would do. Shoot the ropes. Oh, this... Yeah, this is the thing where we couldn't pass over. Oh yeah, this is... Well, let's go down and explore this side of the thing. Break. Now all break. Just... Oh. I'll go for sorrow. What is this thing? Check it out. Oh, here we go. Our journey into the mysterious dungeons brought us by twists and turns to an old mine. A huge hatch in the floor blocked our way. Its panels were half opened and squeaked angrily, threatened to plunge careless adventurers into the abyss below. It stretched from wall to wall, making it impossible to simply walk around this deadly trap. Break! All break! We turned around and saw a kobold sitting on the ground beside a broken lever. The kobold was holding his head in his hands, but sensing us, he jumped up. Up! You go, you fall. All go, all fall. Sorrow, sorrow, he grew woeful and lamenting he skittered down one of the passages. Then we tried to jam the doors to deactivate the trap. Surged forward, paid no heed to the danger surrounding us. Decided to push our luck and decided not to push. I mean, let's try and deactivate the trap. Success! Using equal parts wisdom and dexterity, we jammed the ominous hatch, and now we could proceed without fear, thus the darkness of the yawning abyss was roundly defeated. Can we though? Are we sure that we can? Like, is it gonna blow up anyways? Oh, we're fine. Well, if she's written it, it's...
Something here.
Or traps.
Applause, please.
Volgatinotap says there was an issue with Pokemon where some members of Pokemon staff stole good hits, and as a result, pull rates were not as promised. I don't know what that means. Card stealers got caught recently because they were morons and tried to sell them at bulk. When stores have opened thousands of packs without opening a single copy, it's rather suspicious when someone casually comes up with 500 copies to sell. Members of the Pokemon staff actually stole cards? People who work in the printing company were stealing the rare... Oh, they were stealing the rare cards. Oh, so they took the rare cards from the actual packets that were being sold. So people who were buying Pokemon cards didn't get the rare cards, and then someone just tried to sell them all in bulk, and it's like, oops. The fuck? Alright, you know what?
Our duty calls.
You get to go first because you have the perception. Yeah.
We should move.
Just letting the ink dry.
Let us bide our time. I've spotted something.
Anything else? Adventures call to them. You're but a footnote in our story.
No, you know what?
Let us strike as one.
Alright. It bothers me that they never trigger the traps.
I am not.
Forwards!
Fucking shaman, eh?
Go.
There you go. George!
I'll fight if I have to.
You're still walking like that, aren't you?
That hurt.
Alright. Now, Lindsay. Applause, please. There you go. Very nice. Donor says, yeah, they would walk into a pawn shop, card shop, with a big box full of mint condition of the same type of rare card. A little sussy-wussy, as the kids would say. Sussy-wussy? Kind of sus, yeah. Well, Eternitap says that the set was released November 2021 and only got caught recently, so they managed not to fuck it up for quite some time. It's quite possible, of course, that they have done this for far longer, yeah, but smarter. I wonder what made them do such a fuck up this time. I mean, maybe, like... It sounds like a rookie mistake, right? Or maybe even though it was suspicious, maybe they just didn't get caught before. Even though it was suspicious. These wooden structures are a few centuries old, some even older, but they withstood the ravages of time. Right? Either someone new did a rookie mistake, or someone new showed up where it's like, oh, well, this is fucking illegal. I'm gonna report this mess. Wait, why is there a door here? Weird. I'm assuming something like that happened. All the loot. Have here, project status. There we go. Issue number 2. There's a few missing features with this build of Android that would prevent me from using it daily. Ah, I see. So here we go. Status. Display works. GPU GLES works. Vulkan does not work. Calls work. SMS works. Data. Wait. No internet? Oh, you have Wi-Fi with some issues, but no modem GNSS. I don't know what these are. Cellular data. Yeah, so you can't. If you don't have a Wi-Fi, there is no internet. Is that what that means? That's not gonna fly for me. Yeah, I would require that. Winpa Dumpling says, so you weren't using Waydroid to use Android apps? Oh, it's testing out different distros, operating systems for it, right? Bluetooth works, but not fully tested. Yeah, that's fine, because I would need Bluetooth. Camera, not implemented. I don't need a camera. Actually, yeah, I would probably try Waydroid. I mean, I can live without a camera, but sometimes you need to take a photograph of something, right? I don't have another camera. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes. Like, sometimes you get something in the mail, a paper in the mail or something that you need to show to someone else. The best way is just take a photograph and send a picture of that mail. Audio Tiny Hall limited functionality. I've actually started more and more using my phone as a music device, yeah. Since I'm trying to go outside more and is actually going outside more, one of the things that I do is I listen to music when I go outside, so required stuff. Internal USB connection not stable after suspend and resume. Wi-Fi when I'm... Oh, wait. Oh, these are issues why they don't work. Yeah, there are a few issues there where I wouldn't use GlowDroid yet either. Notice says even with this very limited release of Android, it's still more useful than any of the Linux distros I've tried. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That sounds awful. No Runner, yeah, awful indeed. Winpa Dumplings says, really? Is it actually that beta/alpha of software? I thought PinePhone was more mature. And even had calling? Yeah. Phone calls. Notice says I still haven't gotten Kali working. I thought it might be useful as a hacking device. Yeah. Instead of a phone, you can use it as a hacking device, but can't even get it up and running. Maybe not. Maybe they'll even come with a new PinePhone hardware. So maybe, because I've been thinking about buying the PinePhone Pro, right? Maybe wait a few more years. Hopefully my current phone will last me a few years, and maybe there's gonna be an even better hardware phone. Maybe the software will be better as well. No one says you can call on this build of Androids, but there's no microphone support, so... Oh, no microphone support? That's... You can call out, but you can't talk to anyone. Fantastic. No one says Bluetooth might work? Yeah, that's what they said, right? It might work. And audio has limited functionality. That's why I would use the Bluetooth, I suppose. Oh, wait, no. It's just I have a Bluetooth to my headphones right now because my phone doesn't have a headphones output. I'm assuming the Pine phone does, that you can actually plug in for the audio, so you can record in it if you want to. I think though I'm getting spoiled by this Bluetooth thing, that it just feels so good. It's just on your head and there's no anything that you have to deal with. It feels pretty damn good. So I think I'm gonna be spoiled with that and just gonna go with... Nodron says, also I've noted very stuttery and slow YouTube videos when watching at 720p. Randomly shut down once. Very uncomfortable to hold when the device gets hot under load. Oh. Benchmarks, lowest settings. Mine test between 5 and 10 frames per second. My industry 20 to 30 frames per second. I mean, they work. So they work, but not really. Assuming that these are both hardware and software problems, right? Oh, was this... Did I just find an exit? No, but these pictures trick me all the time. No, that was an exit. Go back inside. Loading screen to loading screen. Not only says that the hardware is trash. Is it trash on the PinePhone Pro as well, or is it like... I understand that it's less trash, but is it still trash? Nodron says that's why it's so slow all the time. Oh, I kind of was feeling that if the... I kind of imagined that if when the... Oh, where's my brain going here? Like, since the software is pretty new and not implemented as well, right? Since it's not even implemented, I was kind of feeling that, thinking that, oh, optimization, the software is not optimized either, right? Because it's in so early stages. Notice says I haven't tested a Pro, so looking up benchmark online would be the best we can do. Yeah. Get that shaman. Another shaman right there. I think we can just go, right? Don't have to do anything fancy. We can just keep on attacking here. Do you have any aggressive... Only the burn. Which was a mistake, yeah. Getting the burn... Wait, did he already have the burning hands? I don't even remember. I feel like getting the burning hands was a bad choice. Shit. Where are you standing, by the way? Can you heal? Oh, you're standing perfectly. Well, 5 seconds until we can heal. Oh, wait. Oh, this dude is gone, so we have sentinels now. You just... miss. Damn it.
You forced my hand.
Right. You... oh, sweet. That's a good attack. Wonder how, like...
We're the legend.
do you actually have to flank to get a flanking bonus? I would assume so. Oh shit, I collected all. It's fine. Crystal ball. Very nice.
The road awaits.
Alright, I think it is time for a
Told me my eyes.
some AoE healing here.
I said that the blessing of Sarenrae will light up her soul. She seemed disappointed.
Oh! That's not the same stack.
I'm not afraid.
These two are the same stack. Oh, that makes a difference. That means that we do want to have you touch of good right there. Alchemist, eh? I think you're gonna get to go to the Alchemist. Sneak towards the Alchemist. It's not sneak, it's acrobatics. There we go. I guess when it gets to that relevant time. I feel like it is a safe assumption that the hardware is better, but if it's still trash... let's assume, for the sake of all, that it's probably trash, because then one remember that, oh, it might be trash, so I definitely need to check benchmark before I buy it. Kobolds have turned the skull into a dragon-like creature, skull of a dragon-like creature into an object of worship. Worship the dragon.
Let us be careful.
What about this thing? Did I loot this thing? Mushrooms! Use the mushrooms to get really high. Oh, such a good game. Get what it was called. It was Crash Bandicoot, yeah. One of Crash Bandicoot's game. It was hilarious. Use the mushrooms to get really... wait. Supposed to be something here. Oh, I paused the game. That's why they're not showing up.
The path is clear.
No? Oh. That's the door that we're trying to open. Oh shit, I forget. We're hunting down a person here. I wonder if the timer has fucked us up. Fucked us over. Like, if there is an actual timer. Because we went to rest, right? Hopefully not. When Dumplings says this Kangasaur is so annoying. I've been applying salt directly to it. Oof. That is rough. And I found this, there is this specific thing. Remember, but yeah, one time I was at the dentist and they fucked up my teeth. So they was like, oh, you gotta take this special mouthwash or whatever. And just use that. After that, every time I get canker sore or anything. Wait, canker sore. Wait. I think canker sore is something, I don't know what that is. Is that mouth sore, herpes, or whatever? Every time I get something like that, I just use that mouthwash, and it's just fucking great. Everyone says, I mean, it looks significantly faster from what I'm seeing. That is a little bit exciting. The Pro is about twice as fast. That is quite significant, isn't it? Well, Tab says, after contemplating it for a few days, I've come to the conclusion. There is GNU Linux in the title. How many times? I feel like, did you really need to contemplate it? I feel like you're the one who put it there, Colgate on tap. I have a terrible memory, so I might not have been you, but I feel like that's what happened. Time to change the title? I don't know. Then we can go... Yeah, this whole thing is explored as well, but we can go over here. And explore the rest of the thing. Yeah, maybe in 2, 3, 4 years, maybe they'll have the PinePhone Plus that is water faster than that, or a little bit faster than that. Would be pretty damn nice. Colgate on tab says, that was my first instinct as well, but it is good to contemplate some just to be sure. You know what? I agree with that assessment. Need to bring more torches, that's for sure. From here, I wanted to check down here. Ocean, that's fine. Friendlies. Few crudely crafted torture instruments on top of an old crate. Now a workshop. Ally, come join us. Wait, what's happening? Are they gonna kill this, like torture this person to death? I'm not gonna fly. That's not gonna fly. Norton says, except it's not that simple. Every time they release a new PinePhone, they have to start again with supporting this new device. And as we've seen, the original PinePhone isn't even very well supported. That's a good point, yeah. And I feel like there's going to be some overlap, right? That even though there's a new device and they have to start again, like there's going to be some overlap. That some of the work that has been done for the first one and the second one is going to carry over. Right? I would hope so. Poke, Hollow Old Sycamore, and Queen Say Bad. Me punish now. Oh, here we go. Greetings, Aloe. Oh shit, did I save? We train aim. Best get reward. You play too? Yes. Octavia winces. I've seen noble, rich, educated people in the same tastes in entertainment. Scales and fangs would suit them far better than velvet and satin. Can't use a living creature as target, even an enemy. Let this kobold go. Or Lawful neutral, you may capture or kill your enemies, but do not torment them. Finish him off and no more torture. Or chaotic evil. A contest? I'm in. Or attack. I'll endure this alliance no longer. Let this kobold go. Yes, killing him in the battle would be one thing, but like this? Octavia stops herself and waves a hand. Oh, who am I lecturing? They probably don't even know those words, but still, thanks for stopping it. Might grumble annoyed. You friend our beautiful queen. We listen you. We catch other kobold anyway. Notices there's a strange quirk with this Android where there's a constant notification to tell you that the serial console is enabled and that it might affect performance. Serial console? Is there a way to turn it off or disable it for the sake of performance? Oh, here we go. Wait, I can't just... That's all for a shortcut? We haven't been in here, so... Over here, I suppose. Says you have to disable it in the bootloader. A lot of work. A lot of work.
Tread lightly.
Able to go tunnel and fall on his own trap? Fucking lame, never fell on their own traps. We're disappointed in that. Might have nailed the window frame to the cave walls. There are landscape painting behind some of them.
Let's head out. I'll go ahead.
Red spy. Wonder how to learn that. Wait, can I just like... Alright, here can we just... Copy a recipe? Oh, that's how we do it. Wait, I wonder if I have to copy a recipe here. Yeah, so we can do some more cooking. We'll see, we'll see. We'll continue on tab. Says some people are even filming evidence of their own criminal activities. Can't confirm, but it's been said this came from Dallas area as well. Again, not confirmed, but something ain't right. Wait. Wait, aren't they reporting it? Are they filming their own criminal activities, or is it like... Hmm. Wait, do I need to talk to one of these, or? Do you know where the kobold... Ambush? Ask a kobold. You ambush? Yes. Alright. Butter. They're having stand-up comedy talking shit about kobolds. I'm surprised they haven't had wars before, eh? All this hatred between the kobolds and the mites.
The path is clear.
Moonpie dumplings. The cider, have you considered using an alternative front-end to Twitter like Knitter? They don't need JavaScript, but yeah, they don't, yeah. More privacy respecting. I would if, like, if I ever, like, I don't use Twitter myself. And I've been meaning to look into the possibility of maybe getting it to my web browser to automatically redirect the URLs to Knitter instead. And the Reddits and the whatnot, but I've been lazy about it, but I've been meaning to. Yeah, like my browser doesn't have privacy redirect, right? It doesn't have access to add-ons yet. But yes. Moonpie Dumpling says there is a browser extension. Oh. Yeah, exactly. I've used that in another browser, and I use that in other browsers, but I haven't looked into how to implement it in my current browser yet. I've just been lazy about it. Moonpie Dumplings is what made you choose Qt browser over a more extendable browser. Well, I was trying it out. It's been a journey. There are no browsers that I like, but what I do like about it is that I like the UI. Yeah. I like the UI. I like that the browser feels snappy in most situations. But yeah, the UI, man. After getting used to that UI, it's like, oh, this is my jam. And I would imagine that in the future I'm probably gonna switch to Nix. Yeah, the Nix browser. Because that seems like it's fucking cool, but that's also gonna be a lot of work. Maybe. But yeah, I got used to the Qt browser's UI, and I mean, it's extendable in a different way. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff yourself, but they, like the dude is working on making it more so you can make add-ons for it and whatnot. And I feel like I have seen people do a privacy redirect in Qt browser as well. It's just I haven't gotten around to it. It's just pure laziness. Moonpie Dumpling says, although you could probably do a hostname redirects or something like that. Yeah. Like a custom DNS server with redirects built in. Oh, I think I can just do it in the UI, right? I can probably just add that. Oh, if you see this change, like it's... I'm assuming that that the URLs look very similar, right? That you can just replace the URL Twitter automatically replaced to Knitter, and then the URL is still gonna work. I'm assuming that's how it works. That's how it works for the YouTube stuff, right? Unlocked. Cutscenes. Well, Gideon taps says maybe they're not stupid. They could want to get caught. Good point. They want to get caught.
Oh, my impromptu rival. You are late, as always. A little advice: never join any races. Speed is just not for you.
Well, we did learn something, right? That hopefully what's going on here is that the timeliness of our arrival didn't matter. It's a linear story that we're playing. So doesn't matter if we're late. But Artusha has already gotten the artifact. Still looks like a kobold. Alright. Do I attack immediately or do we talk? No, like, we're gonna attack. There's gonna be a fight, but he's just gonna teleport away anyways, right? What is it with this disguise, Tartusio?
Do you mean the performance I put on for the kobolds? Wasn't this an excellent idea? The poor folks did everything I wanted, even started a brawl with their beloved neighbor mites. I did not even need to make any effort to complete my mission. That is why I will always be a step ahead of you and the like.
Didn't they all hear that? Like all of these kobolds here? Why didn't they hear this? And just like, oh, let's turn on him. No?
And this is the person I nearly made the hero of my book? Ew.
Ew. Well, you didn't. You disliked him from the start.
Without a doubt, vice does have its advantages. However, in the end, it always, you hear me? Always gets what it rightfully deserves.
What were you looking for here? Why did you do all this?
Don't take me for an idiot. I am not going to tell you anything, even despite the fact that I am going to kill you. By the way, did you know I am going to kill you?
Oh, you're a Pitaxian spy.
But you don't know my mission, and won't ever know because I will never tell you, even for the pleasure of seeing your discouraged face.
I think we need to fight. Let's resolve this peacefully. Give me the artifact and, well... Wait, what was the quest? The quest was to bring his head, right? We are gonna need to kill him, right? Cliché villain lies, right? I mean, I kinda wanna fight him, but he's gonna be running away as always, isn't he? Is there a way to resolve this peacefully? No. You know what? I did save just before. Let's just see what happens when we ask. Let's resolve this peacefully. That's why you save a lot, because you can just change your mind.
We do, dimwit. We really do. You know too much. And truth be told, I am simply tired of you.
Oh, Tartusha actually wants to fight us. Minpa Dumpling says that's why this reminds me of the web serial Practical Guide to Evil. Basically, tropes are real and can be exploited. Web serial is a book uploaded to the internet chapter by chapter. It's a book. Man, something I haven't seen in a while is Looking for Group. That's a webcomic that where they uploaded a page every week. I don't know if they still do, but I kind of want to see how that's going. I like the idea of a book uploaded to the internet chapter by chapter. I mean, I suppose a web serial. I watch Critical Role. That's kind of a book uploaded to the internet chapter by chapter, but instead of writing a book, there are voice actors playing Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, great times.
Watch each other.
Alright, so... do we try and go through the lines? Or do we go immediately for Tartusio? This is a moment where AoE would be helpful, wouldn't it? But I don't have a lot of AoE. Like, I have these AoE things, but they are fucking unruly to use. Like, these are not melee characters, and they are melee spells, right? Melee AoE spells. Alright. Let's just do... Oh, fuck. I should have rested before showing up here. I just noticed. I should have rested before going in here. This might become a problem. I'm not even on full health. Oh. Well, that was an interesting way of doing things. You just... Oh, I see. Oh, that was interesting indeed. Are they still gonna be friends with him? That seems stupid. Alright, we're gonna miss. Alright, Tristan, you need to go over here. And channel positive energy. Wait. Did he disappear? There is no way we just killed Tartusio like that. That's a trap. Yeah, that's a trick. Oh, we have some sentinels back here. Yeah, there's no way he fucking died from that. Goodbye Dumpling says, I'm searching for something to play during class as well. This game kind of appeals because it's slower, but it's so detailed and I don't really want that. Yeah, a game you can pause. I mean, if you want something real-time combat, the thing that pops to my mind was They Are Billions. Pretty simple. Oh, look at this. Fancy ring. Oh, and fancy magic missile stuff as well. I would say during class. Maybe not play games during class. Might not be the greatest plan. Did I loot something over here? No, everything has been looted now. This stuff. A pedestal of some sort, formed by tangled tree roots. It seems that long ago a narrow object rested here until recently. There's no sign of it now. I feel like if you're just gaming in class, then why not just stay at home? Why even go to class? Or is it just something to fiddle with? No, like in high school. Oh, right. Right. Long time ago. You have to go to class. Even during college? I mean, in high school I get it. In college, not so much. Basically never do one task at once at this point. The thing though is in college, you don't have to go to class, right? Then Charles says, our ally, Brave, come back. And you go, we defeat Kobold. We're not over yet. You tell me what happened to the treacherous shaman. You found him? Kartuk deceived everyone. He was the one who stole the sycamore branch from the kobolds to make war with the mites. He attacked me, he was killed. I now possess both sacred branches. And no purple hide traitor. Indeed. Did I give them... Moonpie Dumpling says, I know, but I don't want to miss the info. Well, that's what we were talking about before, right? That it doesn't super matter how good your university is at that level, because most of the studying you do at home anyways, right? You do most of your studying. You take all the responsibility yourself, pretty much, at university, so... And I would assume that all the information is published online, especially in a thing like that. I've never been to comp sci. I haven't studied computer science in university, so I don't know what the norms are like there, but I mean, you have lectures, but people on the lectures, they don't really care if you're there or not. The lectures are there for your benefit. And I usually went to the lecture and I listened to them. We had this thing where we shared a document, me and a couple of classmates, where we were taking notes from the class. But everything that was said in the class could also be read in the books, right? So it didn't really matter. The class was more the presentation. The lecture was there for my benefit because I found them beneficial. So I was considering playing video games on them, but it just didn't make sense to me because, yeah, better just sit there. And like sometimes, you know, if you get concentration issues, you still have your laptop there, but you can do, I don't know, scroll memes or whatever when you get, when you can't focus, and then you can go back focusing on the lecture. Because like you said, you don't want to miss info, then playing video games. That's why I'm saying that it's better to just stay home and play video games at that point. Which I did quite a bit as well. Most studying is independent. I wouldn't say so. It depends where you're going. Some of it, like where I studied, a lot of it, like most of the time I had 2, maybe 3 lectures a week. That's like, yeah, 4 hours of lectures. Rest of it was independent. Are they even worth going to? That's for you to decide, Moonpie Dumplings. I think they are because they help me out. You can ask questions. Like, a lecture is if you have difficulty understanding something, I would prefer read something first, then go to the lecture to get another perspective on what you have read. Also, if you were reading stuff and having difficulty understanding what you read, then you can ask the lecturer, well, what about this, what about that, because you know what the lecture is going to be about. And also, some people learn better by hearing an actual person explain it to them rather than reading by the book. So there are many points and many use cases for you. And of course, it's not only lectures. I'm assuming there are going to be guided classes that are required, right? Where you do a lab. I usually didn't when I went to that, but if you do a lab in class, then you're gonna do the lab anyways, right? Not playing the video games. So that's why I was thinking about lectures, because lectures are the only one where you can play video games, right? Mimpa Dumpling says, so yeah, that question is up for you to answer. Mimpa Dumpling says also, if I don't get in my professor's good graces, how can I get free servers from them? I don't know how that works for Yorin, and I don't think playing video games on a lecture is a great way to get in the professor's good graces. I think that's a good way to get in the bad graces of the professors. Yeah. So, again, yeah. Another argument not to play games in class. I would probably just scroll memes. Something very low effort, right? Another one says, I'm able to play certain video games and focus on a podcast, so I think Moonpie Dumplings should do whatever works for them. That's very true, yeah. Whatever works for you, right? It's just... yeah, whatever works for you. I'm with Node Runner. Whatever works for you, I'm just... multitasking is not a thing. And you're right, certain video games, like a clicker game, would probably great for focus. Yeah, a clicker game. A game like this? Not at all. I can definitely see that certain video games could even help you focus. Now, when we talk about it, especially since we were talking about ADHD diagnosis, right? Like a fidget spinner, but a video game that lets you do stuff. Moonpie Dumpling says, lol, there was one person on Reddit who said that their professor gave them a week to write a scheduler and put it in the kernel. Oof, that's a rough week, isn't it? Tab says, I've heard from some lecturers where I slept. Not quite as much as I would have learned, but listening while sleeping was still somewhat helpful. That's interesting, Tab. I couldn't do that. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Minpa Dumpling says, well, I don't mean like first-person shooter games. I mean like low-effort games, obviously. That's why I didn't like this game. It seems high effort to work. Yeah, I don't think games like this, I don't think there are any low-effort games like this. Maybe like, can you pause, what's that called? Yeah. Vampire Survivors, right? Vampire Survivors would be a nice game like that. Flickers, Vampire Survivors, Path of Exile. Could probably... well, no, Path of Exile doesn't fucking work. Because, oh man, that bothers the shit out of me. Because you can't pause Path of Exile. And if you just go AFK for a minute, there's gonna be some enemy that was 2 screens away that you never saw that is gonna show up and kill you when you AFK. And that's such a design flaw in Path of Exile. If you play solo, you should be able to pause the fucking game. Then Path of Exile would work. Just games like that. Nodrunner says, I enjoy games where I just move around, helps me think. Oh, do you have an example, Nodrunner? Just to move around? I mean, I would say Path of Exile is a game like that, kinda. Moonpie Dumpling says, I kinda hate the multitasking is not a thing. Yeah, I know, I'm just switching really fast, but if I'm switching fast enough, it's basically multitasking. In addition to that, people develop a buffer of stored things they've heard that they can look back on. even when they're not actively paying attention. Develop a buffer of stored things they've heard that they can look back on. The reason why people say multitasking is not a thing is that you necessarily, when you switch back and forth, that you're doing worse on both tasks, right? If you're doing 2 tasks, then you're performing worse. That includes this buffer that you have. Because the buffer is going to be interrupted by your second task. That's the point of the multitasking is not a thing. That yes, you are basically multitasking, but you're doing worse in both tasks. But to reiterate what Nodrunner said, you should do what works for you. I can see that this multitasking could help someone who has concentration issues. Help them with their focus. I can see that being a thing for sure. In some places, I actually like Bloons TD5, but Flashpoint doesn't work consistently. I also like Binding of Isaac. I can imagine those games, yeah. Kind of working for this stuff. Winpa Dumpling says also we probably could pause Path of Exile on Linux. Linux you can send sig pause to processes and then resume them. So tested with some single player games and it works. The problem... Hello Sparkin, nice to see you again. And... Alpikutka? Difficult to pronounce. Points out that Path of Exile is always online, exactly. If you pause the client, you just die server side. Exactly. Notices, like you know when you die in Counter-Strike and you no-clip around the map in spectate mode, that is the best. Oh, right. That's definitely like a fidget spinner, just moving around. Works out. Where you don't actually focus on what you're doing, right? Then with Binding of Isaac, you kind of just do it in the periphery. So maybe multitasking is a thing. You do it in the periphery. Focus on the listening. Moonpad Dumpling says, but my worse is better than other people's good. And when I don't multitask, I can't focus at all. Well, that's just it. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. You do you. And that's kind of what I was thinking, because in my mind, we were still in this game, and like I was saying, scrolling memes, that's also, like, I haven't played Binding of Isaac, but just moving around in Counter-Strike, you don't have to pay attention to what you're actually doing. Like, in some games, I do that when I read the chat, I just run around in circles, not actually doing anything. This game is not really good for that, though, because of the timer and whatnot. Stuff is always happening. But in some games, you can just run around in circles, not doing anything, and just reading chat. Just something to do with your fingers, but you're actually not even focusing on it. Just something to keep your finger... Keep that voice out of your head, that distraction away from yourself, if that makes sense. Tap says, as one great Finnish mathematician and Olympian coach said, dividing time between sleeping and being awake is a tough problem. Sleeping is fun, but you can do interesting activities while you're awake. When discussing the topic of students sleeping during his lectures. Sleeping is fun? I don't even know. Sparkin says, what the hell is going on? Are we talking about fidgeting after dying in games or something? No, fidgeting and focusing on learning something else. Going to school and fidgeting or playing video games in class or whatever. Moonpie Dumpling says, Cider reads all chat. We have great discussions. We usually have 2 or 3 convos running at once. Talking about multitasking, eh? Moonpie Dumplings? Morgan says, I know. I've been following for like a year. Oh, shit. I do that. I I wonder if there is a way out of it. Like, I've been practicing meditation now. I've been going for a full week, and I don't see myself stopping. So I'm looking forward to that. And I wonder if that's gonna, like, help with this. Like, extend the amount of time you spend focusing and whatnot. Yeah, multitasking, but instead of switching really fast, the goal might be to switch really slowly. Right? Focus on the lecture for a minute or two and then switch over to the game for a couple of seconds and then switch back to the thing. That's probably like everything else, individual preference. What works for you might not work for me. Bergen says, I honestly think I might struggle in school. I mean, it depends on how hard the tests are. But so far, I've had one exam, and me and all of my friends think we've flunked. Oh, shit happens, eh? Shit happens. Fine. Sometimes you flunk, sometimes... Wait, sometimes you eat the bar, sometimes the bar eats you. Is that what they say? Moonpot Dumpling says, I know arguments against multitasking say that true multitasking isn't possible because humans aren't multi-threaded. Well, we are multi-threaded, though, but not in that sense. Yeah, not like computers, except we do multitask almost every day. Driving, we drive, we think and talk at the same time. At the beginning, driving takes a lot of effort and it's an actual task, but as you become experienced, it becomes multitasking. Yes. But there is a reason they tell you to not check your text messages when you're driving. There's a reason they tell you, don't talk on the phone while driving. There is a reason for that. There's a fucking good reason. Don't play video games while you're driving the car. Don't do it. If you're considering doing it, stop fucking driving cars. Driving cars is not for you. You should stay the fuck away from traffic. So yeah, sure, we can truly multitask from your definition, but stay the fuck away from traffic. Only for tasks we are sufficiently experienced in. Same with walking. And there is some value in same with walking. Don't walk out in traffic, because if you're multitasking, you're gonna miss that car showing up from the left that is gonna hit you when you walk out in the street. You don't pay attention to what you're doing, you're gonna do a terrible job at it. Bulgitian says, fun fact, Alpikutka is a Finnish word that roughly translates to alpine itch. Look at that. Alpine itch. Bergen says, then wouldn't the definition of multitasking be arbitrary? I mean, aren't they all? Because we're doing it all the time. Yeah, and I think that I feel like driving was such a good example because so many people die because they do this bullshit. They read text messages and read social media while driving the car. Just fucking don't. I mean, it's fine if you're doing it in class, you're not putting other people in danger, but you must be aware that if you do it in the car, you are putting other people in danger, and that makes you a little bit of a dick. And maybe just don't. Yeah, maybe just don't. Well, Gitino Tab says also drive one card at a time. Do you mean drive one card at a time? I'm confused. Card? I missed that joke that went over here. Moonpot Dumpling says, I remember I once tried to ride 2 scooters at once down a hill. Still have the scar. Nice. Bergen says, I need hyperstimulation while driving. I want to watch Family Guy on the highway. Driving is boring. Right? That's kind of my point, that maybe if you have concentration issues to that degree, maybe you should not get a driver's license. Maybe you should just, do that self-evaluation and tell yourself, maybe I'm not fit to drive. I'm not saying that Sporkin actually said that thing, but just to point out that if someone has that, feel that way about driving, maybe do the rest of us a favor and don't get a driver's license. Don't get a car. Maybe take the bus instead. As a means of ethics and your own and other people's safety. I mean, risking your own safety is one thing, but if you're risking other people's safety, there's a problem, right? Moonpie Dumpling says, to me though, I actually do true multitasking though. I relegate certain complex problems to sub-processes while the goal of eventually creating a eureka moment. I've done this in chess a lot, like I don't actually actively think about it, I literally just tell my subconscious mind to think about it. And when I do consciously think about it later, I have that eureka moment like, ooh, this is why and how. Yeah. Don't do that while driving, Moonpie Dumplings. It's fine if that works for you. Don't fucking do it while driving. Don't get a driver's license. I'm serious. Just fucking don't. Do it in chess, do it in class, all that stuff is fine. Bergen says if you get distracted like then you're a menace to society in general. How are you gonna walk on the street without getting hit by a car? Well, you can walk on the side of the street, right? You don't have to... Like, when you walk, you can... Oh, now it's time to focus because I'm gonna cross the road. And that's fine, right? You're not putting other people in danger by doing that. But all the time when you're driving, all the time, you have to be aware of your surroundings. Moonpie Dumpling says, and that is where using a computer as an analogy for the mind has been helpful immensely. I remember seeing a meme the other day that, like, when people invented books, then they started saying that, oh, the human mind is like a book. And when they, under the Industrial Revolution, well, the mind is like a machine. And now we invented computers. What is the mind like now? Colgate on tap says maybe others people's safety is not a priority for them. Yeah, and that's kind of what I said, Colgate on tap, right? Well, that's the case, then you're a little bit of a dick, aren't you? Like people getting super fucking drunk and getting in the car and driving. That's an asshole, right? That's an asshole. Get drunk, get in the car and drive around. It's a dick move. Frank says, I knew you were going to say that, man. Oh, never mind. I thought you were doing a thing. Oh, shit. Was I doing a thing? Like, on the streets it's fine. On the road, however, it would be dangerous. Yeah, well. Wait, what? I didn't get that one. On the side of the street. The sidewalk. I don't even know the difference between a street and a road. Is there a difference, or is that the joke, I suppose? I ask that you show mercy and not pursue King Scootsale and his kobolds. They only attacked you because they were deceived by a traitor. Yeah, let's do that. Chaotic good. I could attack the Queen Bada, but let's not. Queen shakes her head thoughtfully. Was much death, hard to forget, bad blood, but I, wise Queen, find another way. No kill kobold no more. Ali, you're brave and fair. Be our guest precious now, always. Sweet. We made friends. Borkin says, dude, it's the drunk crashers that give drunk drivers a bad rap, bro. Yeah, just like it's the multitasker drivers that crash that give them a bad rap as well. Mimpa Dumpling says, to be fair, I've heard computer-esque analogies for the mind. Yeah. I mean, that was just kind of a side note, a joke. That was not meant as a... that was not meant as a dig towards the likeness. I've done the likeness computer mind myself, and I think it works, yeah. And to be fair, we have multiple different processes. Like, there are parallel things that goes on. Actually, I don't know about the mind. I know about the brain. The brain works in parallel, for sure. And the mind does, right? The subconscious and the conscious mind works together, and it kind of does things here and there and whatnot. Just relegate my mind slaves to that task, like mini me's in chains. From one book I paraphrased. It's just one computer combined state storage, like books and functions, like workers' machines, into one thing. Well, it's not, however. A lot of people think that they are the person that controls the computer then, right? That, oh, I have full control of my mind, and that's not really how it works, right? But attention, however, that's what we're talking about, right? We're not talking about the mind as a whole. We're talking... Nice. Colgate in on tap says that the mind is like an AI. Nice. Oh, very nice. I like that one. What we're talking about is attention. That's when we're talking about multitasking, we're talking about paying attention to different things. Right? When we're saying multitasking, we're not talking about stuff that is relegated to the mind slave, that's subconscious. Multitasking is, we're talking about the conscious mind, and I mean, I have seen people that are managed to take, you can give them 2 pens and they will type 2 different stories with each hand, right? And they're trying to pay attention to 2 different things. And that's when we say that multitasking is not a thing, what we say is that you cannot pay attention to things at once. Like the example that Node Runner was given before, right? When you just move around in CSGO when you're dead, when you're a ghost or whatever, you're not really paying attention to what you're doing there. And you could argue that it's similar with those other games we were talking about. I haven't played Binding of Isaac, but you can just like kind of... You're not cognizant of what is going on. And thing is, though, is that you do need to switch your attention to that a little bit from time to time. Otherwise, you could just have a fidget spinner, right? Well, that's an interesting perception thing with attention, though. Like, do you pay attention with your eyes, or do you pay attention with your ears? And the best thing to do is to do both, right? Maybe you could consider that being multitasking. Like, if you listen to one thing and you look at another thing, no, you're switching back and forth between them. I think the best thing would still be to move your eyes and your ears to focus on the lecture or whatever for a few minutes, and then you can move them to the game for a little bit when you lose focus, right? And you can do the game for a little bit. Yeah, you don't, however, need your hands. in the lecture, even though it would, like, oh man, that would be beneficial if you knew sign language and you would repeat to yourself what the lecturer was saying in sign language. I think that would be even better for learning, because of reinforcing the thing that you're actually doing. I would imagine that would be better for learning, but I don't know. But if you're not doing that way, you could just sit around and flip, like muscle memory, right? You can just play the game with muscle memory where you don't actually pay attention. You're just fidgeting, because you're not paying attention to what you're doing with a fidget spinner. Or when you're walking and talking, maybe. But I wouldn't use a fidget spinner while driving either, right? That's still... Moonpie Dumpling says, the parts of my mind that fall under the analogy of being a computer, I have complete control over. Not my whole mind, but I cannot think of an elephant easy. Yeah, exactly. I like that. The parts... That's what you do with an analogy, right? It's not all the same. It has similarities, and that's why you do an analogy. Colgate says, how about 6 things at once? Oh, that's gonna work. You can't do 2, but 6 is fine, Colgate on tap. Moonpie Dumpling says, that's because writing can be stored in a buffer. Like listening. You can set a... Wait. You can set a sentence to write it, store it in the buffer, and your hands will automatically write it out while you think about the next sentence. That's not what they taught me in psychology, and that's not how I think about it. Usually, because what you're talking about there is working memory, right? It's like if I give you a number, 1, 2, 3, 4, well, that's too easy to remember. If I get you a random word, blue elephant bicycle or whatever, and you have to remember those and use those within the next couple of seconds. All of that is being stored in the buffer, and even when you write it, it is still part of the buffer until you stop writing. It might be the case, Moonpie Dumplings, that you have a very high functioning working memory, so that you can store whatever, you can store this sentence in the buffer, and another, and another, and another, right? There's a bunch of people who can do that, who can store a bunch of stuff in their working memory. But you don't actually remove it from the buffer until you have finished writing it out. It's still in there. Moonpie Dumpling says, but with typing there is no buffer because it's faster, and because of this you think less about what you write, and it makes for less effective note-taking than handwritten. But I'm goated, so even type stuff is memorized easily by me. I disagree. Well, I think that when you're typing, just typing, it flows through the buffer so fast that you don't notice it, right? You don't have to store it in the buffer, but it always goes through the buffer. Also called the working memory in psychology. Borgen says it's a good example, like how when I walk by myself, it feels like hours, but if I'm talking with a friend while walking, I just realize that I've gotten somewhere and it feels like minutes. Yeah, you distract yourself. Nodron says, I kind of relate to Moonpie Dumpling's description of how he simply sends his subconscious to do tasks, like in chess. Right, I have difficulty relating to that, and I might have misunderstood this relegating thing. The subconscious to do tasks. So you see a chessboard, and then what happens? Do you like, you take a look at this chessboard, and you send your subconscious a to-do task. What does your conscious mind do in that situation? Moonpie Dumpling says, right now my current processes are working on how to be left-leaning in my civics assignment while pretending to be centrist. Computer purchasing options, software stack for home lab, and how the fuck has VNC decided to use stuff outside the Git repo to compile. Oh, it's like sleeping on it, right? It's like that thing when you bang your head against the wall against a Dark Souls boss for like an hour. Then you're like, no, fuck this shit. And then you go to sleep or whatever, or take a break for a few hours. And then you come back and you just one-shot the boss after having a lot of trouble. Is that what you're talking about? Subconscious to do tasks? So it's a long-term chess game that you look at the chess board and then you go do something else and say, oh, think about that. And then you come back later to the chess match. Is that how it works? Moonpie Dumpling says, but I'm only consciously thinking about this stream. Yeah, I get that. Bergen says, oh dude, I do that shit all the time. Right. So I misunderstood the whole buffer thing because I was thinking you were talking about working memory, but that's not working memory. Yeah, working memory is stuff that you're doing right now that you keep in the conscious mind. That is interesting. Delegating to your subconscious, though. I wonder. Like I said, I've been practicing meditation, and what I notice is that there are a lot of things going on in my mind when I listen to it. Like, there's a lot of yapping that goes on when I try to meditate. Would that be unconscious processes? That's interesting, because kind of the goal of meditation is to lift them out and sort them and be in more control over them. Maybe that's why I have attention problems, because I don't have any control of that background noise. Maybe that's what I'm trying to learn, to get more control on it. Dumpling says, yeah, like sleeping on it, but more precise control. Like, I can check what I'm sleeping on and stop it, or start new ones. Sub processes, type control. Did you ever play League, Cider? League of Legends? Is that what it's called? LOL? I did not. I haven't tried it yet. I did play here quite a bit of Heroes of the Storm. I tried Dota. Dota wasn't really for me. But I did like Heroes of the Storm. Been considering doing that again. Nodron says, in my case, it is also just knowing stuff and not knowing how I know. Like, my subconscious is working on things while I'm unawares. Well, there's a different thing on that as well, Node Runner, right? There is theoretical knowledge and there's practical knowledge. Like, when you get on a bike, like, if you've learned how to ride a bike and you get on a bike and you just ride the bike, it's like riding a bike, right? But if someone asks you to describe in detail how does one ride a bike, you might get a little stumped at first and, I don't know how... Practice, theory, big difference, right? That you know how to do stuff doesn't necessarily mean that you know how you know to do the stuff. Might not be the case, though, right? But it kind of feels like that, because chess is a practical thing that you do, right? Might be me misunderstanding the... Because knowing can have multiple meanings. Knowing stuff can be interpreted many different ways. By dumplings is, yeah, often eureka moments are caused by this. Your mind has already solved the problem, your conscious mind just hasn't realized it yet. Or you haven't solved the problem yet and you need to sleep on it or whatever. Corrigan says that League is pretty good. I would imagine so, yeah. I hear good things, a lot of people like it. I feel like it's similar to the type of games you play, but with a PvP aspect. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've played MOBAs before and I've had a good time. Olgitino Tab says, were your teammates angry when you played Heroes of the Storm? I mean, sometimes not. I mean, that type of game leads to a lot of people being angry, and I've seen my fair share of anger. I've been my fair share of angry as well. How do you reckon, by the way, that it is similar? I feel like League is its own kind of like... We have an isometric camera, is that... That's a similar, I suppose. Nice. Nodron says a blue elephant bicycle. You're saying this later. Good times. Good times. Man. Mind is an interesting thing, isn't it? Fucking weird is what it is. Yeah, but I've had that experience a couple of times. Like, learning programming has been a little bit like that. I didn't even have eureka moments necessarily. It's just that I felt like I was banging my head against the wall quite a bit, and I did feel it in Dark Souls as well, but then coming back to it later and just like, oh, I know this stuff now. Like, oh yeah, I've let it consolidate. Consolidated knowledge. I know how to do this stuff now. But I have never had the experience of, I'm gonna relegate this to my unconscious mind. For me, it's always been, fuck this shit, I need a break. I think I don't trust my own subconscious. I think my subconscious is kind of an asshole. Hopefully meditation will help with that. Notice says my mind also wakes me up in the morning without having to set an alarm. Oh, that's fantastic, Noderunner. Yeah, that works for me as well. I don't set alarms. Well, I always had to. I always had to because I had severe, like significant sleeping issues. Problems with my sleeping, but I don't really have that anymore. Tab says, did you manage to take many game actions between chatting? Oh, no. I wasn't chatting like that, Tab. Yeah, I was more... yeah, I wasn't chatting when playing those types of games. Why, I'm probably never... yeah, I'm probably never playing League, because... I mean, people scream at me for AFKing and feeding. That doesn't sound like fun to me. Doesn't sound like fun to me. Decide the fate of the relics. Alright, we got... wait, we got a relic. Here we go. You acquired this item while exploring the old Sycamore Caves. Definitely pay much if you resell this to the relic collectors. Is that it? I just want to sell it. Doesn't have any other use. Notice the screaming? Yeah, writing in caps lock. Yeah. Writing in caps lock. The text version of screaming. Moonpie Dumpling says, anyway, I do more than just manage processes. I also build apps. One example is empathy. Beyond traditional empathy, I create a container and assign it environment variables. Starting at birth, I use knowledge to make educated guesses or perhaps statistical likeliness of things like events during life, like sexual harassment. I can then use the mind container to estimate how someone feels in a given scenario. Compartmentalization. That's the word for that, right? Moonpie Dumplings, if I understand you correctly? Moonpie Dumpling says, so, like, when my sister was complaining about me not calling before I picked her up, I got kind of miffed because that's an inconvenience. He said that it was for safety and that she is being sexually harassed. I was still doubtful, so I created a container using things like stats about her sexual harassment to emphasize with her. Now I use Google Assistant to call her while driving to tell her. I'm getting confused here. Why? Isn't that some weird gatekeeping there? Like, if your sister requests you to call before you pick her up, isn't that enough? Like, do you have to make a structure of the whole thing? Isn't it better to just... Oh, you requested it. Oh, you were assessing the rationality of my own emotions. Oh man. Oh man. Emotions are not rational. That's not... And I'm not a big fan of doing that. I think that's often a mistake. Because... Yeah. But if you find out that your emotions are not rational, then what? We've had this discussion before. The thoughts that create emotions can be rational or irrational. Right. So your thoughts, you were evaluating the rationality of your own thoughts. Your perspectives of. Right. You were doing KBT, cock and ball torture. That's what you were doing. CBT. Cock and ball torture. No, cognitive behavioral therapy. I see. So the empathy thing... Empathy is not a thought process, though. Empathy is emotional stuff, right? Empath. That's about emotions. Well, Type says, yeah, can't represent emotions as a ration of two integers. Exactly. After eliminating irrational thoughts, irrational emotions go away. Oh, that's interesting. So, you don't find it inconvenient to call her while driving? Moonpie Dumplings? Is that it? That's where I come in and like, I'm not so sure, because that sounds inconvenient. I would do it anyway, but it still sounds like an inconvenience. But it's an inconvenience that I'll gladly face. That makes sense? Moonpie Dumpling says empathy is emotional, and I've gotten a lot better at it recently. But I used to be worse with faces and social cues. So I built the containerization system I still use sometimes when I struggle. Wonder if I could. No, I think I think you should play to your own strengths. Yeah. I think you should play to your own strengths. This works for you, and that's how your mind works. Definitely the way to go about it. That's not how my mind works, though. I feel like a flashback to this. We brought that up a couple of times about thinking from first principles or whatever. You start with the seed and then you build up the tree as a model for how you think. You kind of build structures from the bottom up. Well, my aptitude is the other way around. That I start with the branches and I figure out what's in the seed from that. Pros and cons, eh? Pros and cons. Minpa Dumpling says, after assessing the statistics, like women in public are more likely to be sexually harassed, black women are more likely, I've decided to take her complaints more seriously, but before that, because I haven't experienced that, I didn't take her complaints more seriously. Oh, so it was the complaint that was, what was that word again? It was the complaint that was the inconvenience, not making the phone call. For me, the only thing I need is my sister tell me that she wants me to call before I show up, and that's... Yeah. Her reasons for wanting that doesn't much matter. Well, Gitano says you'll gladly face that. Only asshole of you. Wait. You were just speaking about how for safety of others driving you should take undivided attention, and then you yourself are going to call someone while driving. Oh, I would call before. Yeah. I wouldn't call while driving. And I don't even think I would call. I would probably send a text message that, alright, I'm here and I'm gonna drive now. I'll be there in 7 minutes or however long it's gonna take, right? That's what I would do. There's also, like, if you're doing it as a phone call, depending on what path you're driving, right? If it's like a half-hour drive, then I might, like, depending how on the dot we need to be, I might stop where I know, oh, from here it's going to be 4 minutes, and then I'm going to call and say, alright, now it's going to be 4 minutes. If she needs me to call rather than text because she doesn't have access to her phone or whatever, and she needed a phone call, I would stop the car and face that thing, right? Yeah. Because, yeah, I would not put people in danger. Minpa Dumpling says there's a difference between an extended phone conversation and where the call itself conveys the information. Oh, right, exactly. If you plan it, you can, right? You can slow down. You don't even have to stop at that point, right? If you have prepared yourself, you can just press a button that starts ringing the phone and you don't even have to have a conversation, right? You just press the one button. Oh, right, you even use Google Assistant voice activated. Oh, right, so just call sister. And that's all you need to do. I actually think that not actually handling your phone and just have a Google Assistant voice activated or whatever to just... I think that makes a big difference. Because I think the problem with people using their phone while driving is actually picking it up, pressing buttons, and holding it to your face because you're using your hand and your perception, like, way more. Because, like, I've been driving cars, and I've had a passenger on the passenger seat, and I've had conversations with them that, like, the only thing you need to do is listen a little bit and talk back. However, I often, like, I make a note myself that I often in those conversations, like, I wasn't paying attention the last couple of things you were saying. Can you say it again? I was, like, focusing extra on the road, because the conversation is always the thing I tune out if I feel like the need, because there are different places where you need to spend different amounts of focus, right? Depending on where you are. Notrunner says, I'm heading to bed. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Notrunner. Sleep well. Have a good one. But I think that driving and phoning is less of a problem nowadays. Like, if you connect your phone to your car, and most cars have that built in today. And I think that's probably fine. I don't have a car. And I don't drive a lot nowadays. And so I don't connect my phone, and I don't use it that way. However, when I drive, it's usually I drive someone else. Because I drive someone else's car, and maybe I drive them or whatever. What? Party suffers from heavy encumbrance. That. Heavy shield +1. Drop this. I think I'm gonna drop this chain shirt here. Oh wait, that's a light armor? What about you? Can you have a light armor? Oh, you lose speed? Do I care about speed? I don't know. I mean, people are gonna have ranged touch attacks, right? Oh, I see. Here we go. But that's because of all this negative strength. And we have, yeah, we have a lot of ability damage going on here. That we need to rest. Holy shit, that's a lot of ability damage that you've taken. You can probably have that later, but... Oh, we can drop some of these. And a bunch of these. That didn't get us where I wanted to go. I think I have leather armors lying around. Drop that. Maybe that's fine. And I would, actually, I would as well be an ass. By the way, calling it in on tap to highlight as well. I would be an asshole as well if family members ask me to. However, I would need I would like, if I'm gonna put myself and others in a little bit of extra danger in the road, I would need a reason, right? And that reason couldn't just be because I want to. Because I want you to, because, like, because I'm bored is not a good enough reason for me there. Here we go. Ring of Protection. Deflection bonus to AC. Oh, Tartuccio's present is already a deflection bonus. Wait, can I have... Yeah, that does not stack. what I thought. But someone else can get it. Like, you don't have a deflection bonus. Actually, you already have a ring of protection. So you can have Tartuccio's present here.
I do not require this. I do not find this useful.
What do you mean? Can't be equipped by this character. Why not? Oh, it can only be equipped by me? Is that it? That is so rude. That is so rude. Fulgitino Tab says, it is fine as long as nothing eventful happened during drives and it goes by default. But during driving, there can always be surprising situations arise and you need to pay attention to maximize time you have to react to possible situations. Exactly. Those corner case situations have also been the main issue for self-driving cars. They can do fine as long as everything goes Keikaku Dori. I've never heard that before, but in unexpected situations, they falter. Exactly. That's it. And it's in those unexpected situations that people get hurt, right? That's when people get hurt. Moonpal Dumpling says that the solution to cars being dangerous is to get rid of cars, I swear. If I get frozen and I wake up in a hyper-futuristic society and I see cars, I'm gonna lose my shit. Public transportation and well-designed cities are infinitely better. Oh, man. Nope. I actually disagree with that. Well, disagree? I wouldn't go that far. But no, I would take the other side, because what gives people more freedom and what does people actually want? If we look at what people want, is that they want cars. They want something self-directed, right? Where they are in full control of going from place A to place B. They don't want to wait around for a bus. They don't want to wait around for a train. It is so much more preferable to that it goes from where you want to go to where you want to go. And I don't see that ever happening, getting removed. Because that's one of those examples of where you try to build a society and then enforce people to behave as you have structured your society. And I think that that way of thinking about societal structure is always a mistake. I think what we should be doing is look at people and say, this is what people want, and then build society based off of that. Because otherwise you're always going to run into the problem where it's like you have to manipulate and force people to behave the way that you want them to behave. And that's always going to lead you into a kind of an authoritarian way of thinking. And I don't really like authoritarian ways of thinking. So I see where you're coming from. And I fucking hate public transportation. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I loathe it. It's awful. I don't want to travel by it. Unless public transportation are self-driving cars that are actually good enough and doesn't cause accidents, where I can just tap my phone, call a car, and the car will be here within, like, at most 5 minutes. And I can get into the car and the car is going to take me where I want to go. If that's public transportation, that's fine. But otherwise, I fucking hate it. And I think a lot of people do and would prefer to have their own guided, like, I want to go from here to here. I don't want to switch stuff and all. Just meet with a bunch of people, right? Have a lot of people coughing at me in the public transport. Getting the corona and all that stuff. So I go the other way around. Just better cars. Better cars, better transportation systems, better infrastructure built for the cars. Because I believe that's what people want. I might be wrong on that, though, right? I might be completely wrong. Maybe if, like, we did more politics, it would turn out, and I'm into democracy, right? If the people decided that, no, we do want public transportation, we don't want cars anymore, then, oh yeah, that's fucking great, but I don't believe that's gonna happen. Yeah, that's not my belief. That's not my understanding of how humans work. Moonpie Dumpling says walkable cities give people the options to navigate without cars. Oh, right. Right. That's... I've seen that in USA before, right? A lot of cities don't even have walkways, right? They don't have paths for bicycles and walking. Like, I take my bicycle or I walk everywhere, pretty much. And that is... You can do that everywhere in Sweden. You don't have to take a car to go somewhere. You can always do that. That option is always available. So, of course, right, I was thinking more longer, like when I can't take my bicycle. Like, if I'm not going very far, I can walk, and if I need to go a little bit longer, I can take my bicycle. But if I need to go even longer, the bicycle is just not going to be enough, right? Then I want something else. Moonpie Dumpling says, but when cities are designed like suburbs like mine, not even bikeable stuff is too far. Cars become necessary to navigate. Oh, right. If you have like a mini mart just a few hundred meters that way, you can go down there and do your shopping, then you don't need a car. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's a great way to reduce the amount of cars that you would use, but I would still... And I think that, yeah, designing cities like that makes a lot of sense. Or, even better, why not have drones come and drop off all your packages, so you can just order it online, so you didn't even have to go outside? Fantastic, isn't it? But yeah, reduce the amount of time you need to travel from point A to point B. It sounds fantastic, but then you also always is gonna be... You're always gonna have the traveling from point A to point B. That's always gonna be a thing. And there, I think cars is still gonna be... is the best way forward. Moonpie Dumpling says that cars is one of the leading causes of death in most developed nations. Wait 5 minutes for a subway is better than hundreds of motor vehicle accidents. Right, you're still thinking about the top-down perspective. Like, if everybody agreed with you, Moonpie Dumplings, then people wouldn't use the cars, right? If everybody agreed with you... I'm not saying that we shouldn't have public transport, by the way. That's not... Like, one does not have to exclude the other. Like I said, I usually use my feet and my bicycle, and that's completely fine. And that's the best way of doing it. But when I need to go further, then I want the car. I don't like public transport. Some people do, and some people would prefer public transport. Actually, when I live in the... You know what? If I live in a big city, I would prefer public transport, yeah. A proper urban situation. Yeah, I lived in Gothenburg for a few years, and I wouldn't want to drive in there because, oof, driving fucking sucks in there. Well, depending on where you're going. If you're going somewhere central, I would prefer the tram. Yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says, I disagree. I don't think you can fix cars to the point where they will ever be safe as public transport. Even with all the safety regulations, changes, and impressive safety features, cars still kill way too many. I mean, in the next 5 years, 10 years, sure. I'm not convinced, like, 20 years from now? I don't think so, Moon Pie Dumplings. I think you can have a car, and even if you, like, drive 100 kilometers an hour and smash into a wall, you still won't get hurt. I would imagine that would be a thing in 100 years from now. And, yeah. I still think that we are gonna have AI cars soon enough, and that's gonna largely eliminate, like, it's gonna significantly reduce the amount of people who will die. I don't fucking know. And of course, I would recommend you to, since I'm a big fan of democracy, Moon Pie Dumplings, I would definitely have you vote for public transportation and me vote for cars. Or public cars. That would be the best. Moon Pie Dumplings says, oh, for longer things like rural areas, cars are fine. They're absolutely have a place in society. They just don't, or shouldn't have a place in cities. Yeah, if you cram a bunch of people together in a tight place, if you're thinking about like proper urban architecture development where you plan a city from the ground up, then yeah, I think I'm with you. Like, I don't see that happening either. Like, how often have you seen a designed city that, and usually then it's some rich gold, oil, Arabian country that just have a mad idea how they want to do a thing. And then they do the thing. It's like, it's not very democratic at all. But maybe, who knows? You would need way more political strength to do that, though, right? If either you're rich and dictator or whatever, and then we're back to the authoritarian bullshit, which I don't like. It's not worth it. I don't think it's worth it to have dictatorships to achieve this goal. So you would need to have a proper direct democracy set up where you get enough people to agree that, oh yeah, we're gonna build a city from scratch and it's gonna look like this. And then we're gonna abandon the old cities. Like, holy shit, that's such a... You can't really take a current city and rework it with this. I mean, small iterative steps you could, right? More public transport, more public transport, more public transport. You could increase, build out the subway to be better and better and better over time. So you could probably make it better like that. And I think that happens a lot as well. Especially in the city center, in many cities, there are no cars. Like, where, yeah, it was like that in the big Swedish cities. Like, if you go to the city center in Stockholm, there's no driving in there. That's just not allowed. People walk. There's not even a lot of bicycling going on. People walk. And they take the subway. There's more driving in Gothenburg, but it's like they're shutting off roads more and more as well, right? Over time, it becomes less and less about driving, more and more about just taking the tram. That is the trend that the cities are moving towards, where I live at least. Tab says, I prefer train for longer trips. I don't. I prefer the car. Well, I could prefer the trains, Tap, if they were better. If I didn't have to wait around, if I didn't have to book the train days or like in advance had to check the timetable. If I could just go down to the train station, hop on the train, go where I needed to go, like if that's all I needed to do, if I didn't require a bunch of planning, and if the train wasn't filled with a bunch of people, if I get to be there in my own quiet self and alone, and I could feel safe that I could do the same to get back home whenever I wanted to, like if I want to go home in the middle of the night, there are no trains. So, no. Too many problems with the train. Moonpie Dumpling says, even if people agreed with me, cities are designed that you have to use cars, and that's dumb. At least in American cities. Yeah, I've heard that. And I agree with that, yeah. American Center shows again? No, I mean, that's completely fine. I've heard that the cities, like, even if you wanted to walk or take the bicycle, you can't. And I agree with you, that's fucking stupid. That they're built like that, and instead... And it's, like, I've only been to the one American city, and walking was fine, yeah. But, no, you're right. Like, we didn't do a lot of subway. I was in New York, by the way, in Manhattan. And sure, we took the subway a couple of times, but usually the best way to get around if you wanted to go further, it was taking a taxi. We did a lot of walking though, and walking was just fine, and bicycling was fine in Manhattan. Yeah, you have... So that was completely fine. The subway was not too great, if I remember correctly. Actually, one of the best subways I've ever been in was in Moscow, interestingly enough. Well, Gitino says probably just an American thing. I've never seen a city like that. I've heard more people mention it before, but I haven't been in one. Trying to remember. Yeah, I don't think I've been in one where I couldn't just walk. And I've traveled quite a bit. I've moved around quite a bit. I'm trying to remember that maybe there were areas in Beijing where walking was not... No, but I feel like that... No, that was fine as well. You could just... No, I was walking around everywhere. Done a lot of walking in a lot of cities, yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says half a century from now we may have inertial dampeners and other sci-fi tech, but I have other problems with cars beyond safety. Safety is just the most pressing in my opinion. Oh yeah, safety. Super important. Like road infrastructure being used to break apart minority communities. There's also a US only problem, so... I don't think road infrastructure is... Well, yeah, when you can't walk over the road, if you can't just walk over the road, then yeah, I can see how that is. It's breaking apart, segregating communities, right? That checks out, but if you can just walk over to the other side of the road... More have the wrong side of the train track here. But we have, like, I'm a pretty small village, and you can cross the train track in... 1, 2, 3, 4... yeah, we actually got a new one that was just a walkway now. They built, like, a bridge where you can walk over it, so it's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, maybe 7 ways where you can cross the road, but the train tracks kind of... You don't want people to just... Because that's gonna be accidents, right? The train can't just stop for you, so it's better to build bridges and tunnels. But we have those in many, many places. Enough places. I can always walk between one and another, so that's... But I think segregation is still gonna be a problem even without road infrastructures, right? Even if you fixed all the infrastructure problems, Moon Pie Dumplings, you would still have the segregation issue. Yep. We have those here as well, segregation issues. Definitely have significant segregation issues going on here. The problem. But the roads are not part of it. Colgate says, like in rural areas, car is needed to get somewhere. Yeah, because the distances are so big, but in cities, walking and public transportation work fine. Well, not needed, you could bike or something. Not always, Colgate on tap. You can't always bike. And to go back to my original point, right? Some people don't like taking the bike. Some people don't like walking. I would say a lot of people fall under those categories. And I think that society should work for you. You should not work for a society. So if you don't want to take the bicycle, or if you don't want to walk, then setting up structures that works for you, that should be the goal. Sure, like, as being part of the democracy, that maybe in some areas the the democratic decision is to, we're not gonna have a lot of cars here, we're gonna have bicycles. Then, well, you're kind of fucked, and I wish we could do better for you, but The best thing, I think, then, is to provide both. So you can use your car and everybody else can use their bicycles. But you would end up having to give way for all the bicycles, right? That would be the local rule set where, oh, you always have to give way for the bicycles, though. Just like in US today, in many places, if you're walking or bicycling, you have to give way to the cars, which is... I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, that's something in Sweden, the car always have to give way for the pedestrians, but the bicycle has to give way to the car. I understand why it's like that, because you have to pay attention when you're moving with the bicycle. And how the infrastructure is built, it's difficult to spot in many areas. And it's not even about that, right? It doesn't matter, the infrastructure. Well, if you flipped it all around, I suppose. If you rebuilt the whole thing to be bicycles first, then you could make a system where the cars would have to give way. And there are areas like that where the cars have to give way, but like... I live in, not in a rural area, but I live in a village, right? And if I come in with my bike, just going over, crossing the road, in many places, there is no visual to see me going up with my bike. Therefore, it's my responsibility to make sure that no car hits me when I cross the road. Interestingly, though, a lot of people do not follow that rule. A lot of people, if they see a bicycle, they stop their car. Because they don't want to fucking kill you. And they don't trust the people on the bicycle to... Right? Oh, I see you coming there. I don't trust you to stop, so I'm just gonna stop the car. Safety first. Safety first. Indeed. I feel like that's a good point that Moon Pie Dumplings was doing before as well. Safety first. But I think you, like, I agree with the urbanization of cities, but yeah, I'm a big fan of democracy, so I would say it's from city to city, isn't it? Like, if you live in a city and the democracy is that everybody wants the cars, then there should be cars. If everybody's like, oh, we should have bike and public transport and our feet, then that is what you're gonna have, right? That's what you should have. Not to be all authoritarian about that. Pulkitinotab says the largest municipality in Finland by area is 17,000 square kilometers. Pretty big area. But it only has 7,000 inhabitants. With a population density like that, they're not going to get good public transport soon. Exactly. And going with bike might not be a good idea either, Colgitinotab. Right. That is it for today. Yes. Thanks for hanging out. And have a good one. Yeah. Cheers.